All right, let's get this party started. They gonna love this one. They gonna love this one. Oh yeah. So let's let's talk about let's talk about your history, people. Let's talk about your history. Okay. So do you guys do you guys, and this is for I want YouTube to see this is educational purposes only, and I want YouTube to see it says educational purposes only. Okay, YouTube. All right. So here is a map of the United States of America, March 30th, 1822 to November 15th, 1824. Now, you guys remember when I told you that Andrew Jackson, your seventh president of the United States of America, um, took over and killed mass killings of thousands of Indians and took their land, right? Okay. Now, you guys remember when I had said something about how California and Texas and New Mexico and all the Arizona and everything else and all that was part of Mexico at one point in time? Well, this map, as you can see, this map right here, as you see, this is a tip of California right here. Okay, this is all California right here, right? This is all California right here, right? Here is Texas here. Okay, here's Texas right here. New Mexico is right here. And you got Phoenix and all that, Arizona and all that shit right here, right? And you got California all through here, right? So this is a map of March 30th, 1822 to November 15, 1824 of proof that Mexico owned everything of California, Arizona, Phoenix, New Mexico, and Texas. This map here proves that Andrew Jackson took the Indian land and that the border between Texas and California and Mexico is, not right for them to sit up in here and tell people that they cannot come to Mexico when all this was Mexico. And if you see, all this up here, see up here is all Washington and all that stuff up here, right? All through here is all through the other territories. Here, this that's in pink, this that's in pink is original United States of America. For you guys that don't understand your history, everything that is in pink is actual real United States of America before Andrew Jackson slaughtered and killed thousands of people, of Indian people, and took all this land. So everything that's in pink is the United States of America. Everything that is in orange is territories that belong to the Indian tribe. Everything that is gray is all Mexico. And if you look down here, Russia, America, Russia is actually part of Mexico. So if you look at other countries that are in red or pink, whatever the fucking color it was, which is only 3 of them, those are disputed areas that no one owned and did not belong to. So everything that's in pink is your real United States of America. So for you guys that don't understand where the fuck you come from and that you don't know about your fucking history, here's a fucking map that tells you where the fuck you come from. Okay? I just want you people to understand that this is a real actual map, and there's thousands of maps. Here's another one right here showing you some more of this being Mexico before it was turned into what it is today, for everybody to understand that this is what the United States of America looks like today. Now you take all this land, all this right here, it belongs to Mexico. So everything that's right here and the other little parts and everything and all this that was in pink up this way is actual United States of America. So for people to understand, this is the actual maps. This was 1823 to 1845 of the United States of America. So I just want people to understand where the fuck you actually come from, because when you state that you're from the United States of America, actually you're actually from Mexico. So here is thousands of maps that you can find, and let's go see what else. Let's see what else did Andrew Jackson, because if you look at what happened, there's a act. Look, there's an act of May 27th, 1830, of an act to remove all Indians or indigenous people from their land. Now, if you go and look at, let's see, this is all about Andrew Jackson here. Where is it at? Yeah, this one right here. Check this out. The Indian Removal Act, United States of America, 1830, May 28, 1830. And if you look at it, and if you read it,
Indian Removal Act, May 28, 1830, first major legislative departure from the U.S. policy of officially respecting the legal and political rights of the American Indians. The act authorized the president to grant Indian tribes unsettled western prairie land in exchange for their desirable territories within state borders, especially in the southeast, from which the tribes would be removed. The rapid settlement of land east of the Mississippi River made it clear by the mid-1820s that the white man would not tolerate the presence of even peaceful Indians there. President Andrew Jackson, 1829-37, vigorously promoted this new policy, which became incorporated in the Indian Removal Act of 1830. Although the bill provided only for the negotiation with tribes east of the Mississippi on the basis of payment for their lands, Trouble arose when the United States resorted to force to gain the Indians' compliance with its demand that they accept the land exchange and move west. A number of northern tribes were peacefully resettled in western lands considered undesirable for the white man. The problem lay in the southeast, where members of what were known as the five civilized tribes, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Seminole, Cherokee, and Creek, refused to trade their cultivated farms for the promise of strange land in the Indian Territory with a so-called permanent title to that land. Many of these Indians had homes, representative government, children in missionary schools, and trades other than farming. Some 100,000 tribesmen were forced to march westward under U.S. military coercion in the 1830s. Up to 25% of the Indians, many in manacles, perished en route. The trek of the Cherokee in 1838 to 39 became known as the infamous Trail of Tears. Even more reluctant to leave their native lands were the Florida Indians, who fought resettlement for 7 years, 1835 to 42, in the second of the Seminole Wars. The frontier began to be pushed aggressively westward in the years that followed, upsetting the guaranteed titles of the displaced tribes and further reducing their relocated holdings.
Now, for what people don't understand is that anything and everything is on the internet. And I want people to understand that when people sit up in here and talk about that the United States is so fucking great and so fucking wonderful, remember this: when the Indians was physically removed by the United States troops, forced off the land and killed. For anybody that wants to talk about their history and don't know a goddamn thing about your fucking history, you better know what the fuck you talk about before you talk about shit on the internet. Because me, personally, I will look it up and I'll find out everything about it. And to, you know, like I said, that America is built on lies. And this proves that America is built on lies. You've got a removal act of 1830. That people sit up in here and said that America is so fucking great and America's this, America's that, when America, this is what your 7th president, Andrew Jackson, did. So when you talk about how great America is, yeah, talk about the real truth about your 7th president of the United States of America. Well, let's go to and these are real maps of actual real shit for anybody that actually wants to go look something up. Let's go look up. Check this out.
The Boston Tea Party was a pivotal protest on December 16, 1773, where American colonists, frustrated by British taxation without representation, dumped 342 chests of tea into Boston Harbor. Background: the Boston Tea Party was a response to the Tea Act of 1773, which granted the British East India Company a monopoly on tea sales in the American colonies and allowed it to sell tea at reduced prices, undermining local merchants. Colonists viewed this as another instance of taxation without representation, a principle they vehemently opposed. The act intensified existing tensions between Britain and the colonies, leading to organized protests by groups like the Sons of Liberty. The event. On the night of December 16, 1773, a group of about 60 colonists, disguised as Mohawk Indians to conceal their identities, boarded 3 British ships docked in Boston Harbor: the Dartmouth, the Eleanor, and the Beaver. They proceeded to throw 342 chests of tea, valued at over $1 million today, into the harbor as a direct act of defiance against British rule. This event lasted approximately 3 hours and was a significant escalation in the conflict between the colonies and Britain. Britannica. Consequences. The Boston Tea Party had immediate and far-reaching consequences. In retaliation, the British government enacted the Intolerable Acts in 1774, which included closing Boston Harbor and revoking Massachusetts' charter, effectively punishing the colony for its rebellious actions. These punitive measures galvanized colonial resistance and led to the convening of the First Continental Congress later that year, marking a significant step toward American independence. Britannica. Significance. The Boston Tea Party is often regarded as a crucial turning point in American history, symbolizing the colonists' growing dissatisfaction with British rule and their willingness to take direct action against it. It remains an enduring symbol of protest against oppression and has inspired various movements throughout American history, including the modern Tea Party movement. Britannica in summary. The Boston Tea Party was not just a protest against a tax on tea, it was a significant act of rebellion that contributed to the onset of the American Revolutionary War.
There's your Boston Tea Party. For anybody that don't understand the Boston Tea Party Act. Where's that other one at? I don't want to see that shit. Get out of here. Where the fuck is it at? I'm gonna pop up that shit. Disable ad blocker. I'm not gonna fucking disable ad blocker from you stupid motherfuckers. Where the hell is it at? Cause this right here, where's that? This one right here. Based on the research, we rated false that claims that there is no law. 16th Amendment. Taxation.
Sixteenth Amendment, Amendment 1913, to the Constitution of the United States permitting a federal income tax. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution empowers Congress to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States, but all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. Article 1, Section 9 further states that no capitation or other direct tax shall be laid, unless in proportion to the census or enumeration herein before directed to be taken. Although income taxes levied in support of the American Civil War, 1861 to 65, were generally tolerated, subsequent attempts by Congress to impose taxes on income were met with significant opposition. In 1895, in Pollock versus Farmers Loan and Trust Company, the U.S. Supreme Court declared the federal income tax unconstitutional in striking down portions of the Wilson-Gorman Tariff Act of 1894 that imposed a direct tax on the incomes of American citizens and corporations. It thusly made any direct tax subject to the rules articulated in Article 1, Section 2.
Now, if you understand your amendments and shit like that, there is no actual real law for you to ever pay taxes. And if you read it, it states in a lot of shit in a lot of these laws that American people should not have to pay taxes. Now, they, I don't know, but let's see. This one, the one that I was looking at down here. Where the fuck is it at? No, it's not on this page. Amendment that abolish income taxes. '16 Amendment. Constitution allows, yeah, that's the same shit there. But where is it? It states that Americans. There's one that imposes. Where the fuck is it at? It was this one here. Well, no, it's not that one. think all these ones are all updated in the 21st century. Is there a law saying I have to pay taxes when it comes to duty living in society? Schools, emergency service laws. Individual business legal requirement to pay taxes under these laws. Yeah, all these are newer laws. Yeah, all these ones are newer laws because back then they didn't have no fucking IRS. So yeah, these are all newer laws that they're trying to overtake the internet and say that you have to pay taxes, which is false and misleading. And like just like facts checkers and shit like that. Article section 1(8). There is one that it states that you do not have to pay taxes. And that was seeing all these ones here 2022, 2023 and shit like these are all newer laws that they're overthrowing your non-payable taxes and shit like that. And see, this is 2014 right here. So there's a lot of them that they're trying to replace. So when people look it up on the internet and everything like that they're trying to tell you that you have to pay taxes. And so when people look it up and shit, they're trying to prove that you don't have to pay taxes. And see, all see, like I said, most things on the internet is fucking misleading and shit like that. That's on TikTok. Yeah, that's on TikTok. So all these are all this shit's all new. They're trying to remove everything off the internet that you have to pay taxes because they want you. See, a bunch of this shit's new. A bunch of this shit's new. 2020, 2021st century bullshit is all new. It's all new. Now, if you go look at the shit that about the Boston Tea Party and everything like that, it states in the Boston Tea Party of your amendments and all that shit that you do not have to pay taxes. But in what the internet says today, like I said, they're trying to change. They're trying to change, they're trying to change everything where you have to pay taxes. Where you go look it up on the internet and they tell you that, and if you look at all your fucking shit, all your amendments and all your other shit. There's a lot of shit, there's a lot of shit that's out there. And like I said, you can't remove a lot of shit off this, off the internet, but once you start looking into it You know, you got your 15 amendments, you got your 10 amendments, you got your 5 amendments, you got all your amendments, you know, of your constitutional rights, of everything. And see, they're trying to change everything where you, when you go look it up on the internet, it tells you, yes, you must pay for taxes. In reality, it states in the constitutional laws and your amendments that you don't have to pay for fucking taxes. You know what I mean? You got 27 amendments. You got 27 amendments, and your 27 amendments in there, it states that you don't pay no motherfucking taxes. Your First Amendment is freedom of religion and speech of press. Assuming, look at this, guys. Look, you know what I mean? Like it shows you, it shows you, it shows you right there, freedom of speech. Let me see if I can just do this. More tool. Where the fuck is that? I was gonna have it read it, but right there, your freedom of speech, freedom of religion and speech, press, assembly, and petition, rights to bear arms. That's your second. Search and seizures due to process, jeopardy, self-incrimination. That's your fifth. Injury trial, right to counsel, common lawsuits, assist bail, cruelty, unpunishment, rights not named, powerful, reserves to to states, lawsuits against states, elections of presidents and vice presidents, abolish of slavery. That's your 13th. Due to process, equal protection, privileges of citizens. That's your 14th. Rights to be denied because of race. That's your 15th. 16th is income tax. 17th is your election of senators. 18th is prohibition, which is alcohol and drugs and cigarettes and all that other shit. 19th is women's rights to vote. That was back in 1920, 1930, when women protested to have the same rights and equal as men. 20 is president terms and succeeds, repeals of prohibition. 21, president elimination, 2 terms. See, in your 22nd Amendment, it states right there, presidents of the United States of America has a 2-term limitation. So there is a limitation of being a president of the United States of America, and that's your 22nd Amendment. Now they want to do away with that amendment, and they want to vote to do a 3rd term, like Donald Trump's trying to do. And Donald Trump's trying to do it where they can do a 3rd term to overthrow the 22nd Amendment, which states in the 22nd Amendment that all presidencies have only 2 terms. And see, what people don't understand is that this is your laws that was put in place decades ago, before the 21st century. In the 21st century, they want to change all this shit to make you believe that you must pay taxes, that you can change this law and change that law and this and this and this, when it's already set and has been set for decades, since fucking back in 1800s, 1500s and shit, when these amendments was written for presidents and laws and everything else that was put out, and see, people don't even really know their fucking amendments. Like it says on the 26th one, it says right to vote at age 18. Okay, all people in America have the right to vote at 18 years old, and they're trying to change that as well. Just like they're trying to change the drinking age and to buy cigarettes, which is ages 25, is what they're trying to change it to. Instead of you being 21 years old to buy alcohol and to buy cigarettes, they want to change it to 25 because they see that too many people that are 21 years old are dying from, you know, tobacco and drinking. And so they want to move to 25. Just like they want to move the age from 18 years old to 21 years old or 20 years old, for you to kick your kids out of your house at age of 18 years old. They want to move that to 21 because the government stated that the kids at age of 18 years old that are legally adults, that they state, are not really adults, and they have no clue how to manage and be able to provide for themselves. So they wanted to move to age of 21. That's another executive order that Donald Trump also put into place as well, that they want to change in 2026. So there's a lot of things out here that they want to change, and that's the big issue, you know. And if you look at a lot of these amendments and shit, you know, here's your other shit. And if you look at it here, this one says right here 1795, your number 11 through 25. Here's 1795, 1804, 1865, 1868, 1870. Abolish federal income tax system, 1913. Abolish popular votes of senators, 1913. Abolish prohibition, 1919. Give women rights to vote, 1920. Legislators cannot give themselves pay raises in election year, 1992. And they're doing that. They're paying themselves every year. And see, what people don't understand is, you know, like I said, people don't understand that, you know, a lot of these amendments, people don't understand them because they never read them. And as you can see, there's a year on every one of these motherfucking ones that was created. Abolish slavery, 1865. Election college for select presidents and vice presidents, 1804. End prohibition, 1933. Terms of limits for presidents, 1951. In poll taxes, 1964. Give rights to vote of all citizens 18 years of age or older, 1971. Terms of office of legendary president of success, 1933. So if you look at you look at your shit, you know what I mean? And so they want to change everything. And that's the thing. They want to change everything because they don't like the fact that these are your amendments. These are your rights. These are what you already set, and the years that they was made. Bills of Rights, your First Amendment, First through 10th Amendment, constitutional rights. Bills of Rights, 1791. 2 years, 2 months, and 20 days. Time required of recertification. Your first and 10th. Here's your 11th. Immunity of states from criteria lawsuits, 1795. Your 12th. Changes in electoral college procedures, 1804. Abolish slavery, 1865. Citizens' due process of equal protection, 1868. That's your 14th. Here's your 15th. No denial of votes because of race, color, or previous slavery. 1870. Powers of powers of Congress to tax income. 1930. Then your popular elected votes of United Senators. 1913. Prohibition of alcohol. 1919. Women's suffrages, which is be women's rights, be 1920. Change of dates for starts of presidential Congress terms. 1933. Limit of presidential terms. 1951. Repeal the prohibition. 18th Amendment. 1933. So they tried to change the Prohibition Amendment in 1933. That was your 18th Amendment that they tried to change back then. So they tried to change it once before. District of Columbia votes in presidential elections. 1961. Ban of tax paying as voters qualification. 1964. Presidential success, vice president's vacancy, and presidential disability. 1967. Voting age. 1971. Congress pay. 1992. So there's some more of that. Let's see. What else? What else do they have in here? I want the old fucking shit. The old constitutional, the old constitutional rights, not the new fucking newer bullshit that they want to post on fucking here. That is not what I'm looking at. No, that's definitely not what I'm looking at. Is your constitutional rights: freedom of speech, personal religion, and peaceful assembly, right to keep arms and bear arms. So in other words, when they sit up in here and state that felons can't own firearms, that's against our Second Amendment of constitutional rights. It states in your Bill of Rights of constitutional rights, it states that everyone has the right to bear arms. It doesn't matter if you're a felon. It doesn't matter if you're a fucking criminal. It doesn't matter of none of that shit. It states right there in the constitutional rights, in your Second Amendment, that everyone has the right to bear arms. So when the government of the United States sit up in here and state that felons and criminals can't own fucking firearms, go fuck yourself. There's your constitutional fucking rights. No illegal searches or seizures of property. There's your fourth right there. It states right there. They cannot come into your home and search your home without your fucking permission or a warrant to do so. They can't search your house, your home, or anything that you own or paid for. And it states in your fourth constitutional right that no legal searches or seizures of property. That means they cannot come into your home without a warrant stating that they're going to search your motherfucking home. People, look at your fucking Bill of Rights. Look at your constitutional rights. They have no rights to do what the fuck they're doing. None of them. They don't have no rights to do what they're doing. So when they sit up in here and tell you they have the right to do this and they don't have no fucking rights to do shit. And it states it all right there in the motherfucking constitutional rights that people that you have. And here's another one. Here's another one. Here's 26 amendments right here. Every citizen has the right to freedom of speech. Every citizen has the right to bear arms. No soldier in time of peace shall be quartered into a private citizen home without consent. Personal property cannot be searched without a warrant. No person must testify against themselves in a court of law. A definite defendant has the right to a fair and speedy trial. Every trial has the right to a jury. No excessive bail, cruel and unusual punishment. No one shall be denied their basic constitutional rights. Says right there on number 9. Says right there on number 9. No one shall be denied their basic constitutional rights. Power is to be retained by the state and people. A citizen from one state cannot sue another state in a court. Electors will vote for president. Slavery is hereby abolished. That is your 13th. Former slaves are legally a U.S. citizen. So every slave that was slaved in the United States are now legally a citizen of the United States of America. That's what the fuck number 14 says. 15 states African Americans have the right to vote. Number 16, Congress shall have the power to levy taxes. Number 17, power for electors senators is taken from state to state. Prohibition. 18, prohibition. People cannot make, sell, or transport liquor repelled or repeatedly. And then it says number 19, women can vote. 20, put terms limits on presidents and Congress. So that means presidents have a certain time limit to serve the country, and Congress has a certain time of serving our country. Why is Congress still have people that's been there for over 50, 60, 70 years and never been removed, when it states right here in your amendments that limitations on presidency and Congress? That means both of them have a term limitation of to serve the country. That doesn't mean you could spend 70 years in fucking Congress and think that you can be Mr. Head Honcho and think you can run everything because you've been there 70 years. That this states that you have a limitation, and that's a maximum of 2 years. Maximum 2 terms is what this states. Okay, 2 terms is what? 8 years? That means every Congress member that's in Congress right now in the United States of fucking America has failed to remove themselves from Congress after they've been there 8 years. That's what the fuck that means. That means all your Congress people that has served in the Congress for over 30, 40, 50, 60 years has failed to follow the rules of the amendments that was put in place back in 1700s and 1800s and 1900s when these was put there. That means our government of the United States of America has failed to abide by the rules and the laws that was put in place back in 1700s. That's what the fuck that means. Okay? Limitations of presidents of 2 terms. So that means all presidents of the United States have a 2-term limitation. That's exactly 8 years that they can serve in the government as a president, and it goes for Congress is the same thing. So how many Congress people do we have in the United States of America that's been there more than 10 fucking years? Because this right here proves the fact that our own people, the Congress people of the United States of America, has failed to abide by the rules and regulations that's been put in place since 1700. That's what the fuck that means. That's what the fuck that means. And people say that we're crazy. No. We're not crazy. We're far from crazy. Our own government has been fucking us for decades. Yeah, our own government's been fucking us for decades and lying to us. Doing whatever the fuck they want to. That's what the fuck that means. That they're doing whatever the fuck they want to. Huh. That's great. That's just more proof and evidence of oh shit, I was trying to make this bigger, but look, check this out. Look, check this one out. This one also. What the hell is this? Look, check this one out. It says your First Amendment, right? It states right here your First Amendment. First Amendment guarantees freedom of religion, speech, press, assembly, and petitions. This means that we all have the right to practice any religion we want to speak freely, to assemble and meet, to address the government, petitions, to publish newspapers, TVs, radios, and internet press. There's your First Amendment. So anytime this fucking government wants to sit here and take down videos, and anytime that YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Facebook, Instagram, or any fucking streaming platform wants to take down your motherfucking videos for any motherfucking reason, there is your First Amendment stating they cannot, because it's your freedom of speech and your rights. It states right there. Published to newspapers, TVs, radio, and internet press. There you go. There you go. So you can pretty much say whatever the fuck you want to on the internet, and they cannot do shit about it. Let's read about your 14th Amendment. 14th Amendment. Representatives shall be appointed among the several states according to their representative numbers, counting the whole number of a person in each state, including Indians not taxed, but when the right to vote in any election for choose electoral for president and vice president of the United States, represented in Congress, if the exclusives and jurisdictions officers of the state or the number of the legislation theory is denied to any of the male inhabitant of such states being 21 years of age of citizen of the United States or in any way abridged, accepted for partition in rebellion or other crimes, the base of reputation there shall be reduced in the protation which the number of such a male citizen shall bear the whole number of male citizens 21 years of age in such states. Section 3. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president or vice president, or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state, who have previously taken the oath as a member of Congress or as a officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature or as an exclusive or jurisdiction officer of any state to support the Constitution of the United States of America, the United States shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to enemies therefore, but Congress may by a vote of 2/3 of each house remove such disability. Section 4. The validation of the public debt of the United States authority by law includes debts incurred of payment, pensions, and bounties for several service in suppressing insurrection. Rebellion shall not be questioned, but neither the United States nor any state shall assume, pay any debt, or obtain an incurrence in aid insurrection of rebellion against the United States, or any claims for the loss of something of any slaves. So something about slaves, but shall debt obtain the claims shall be held legally and void. I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. Here's your First Amendment of 1791. First Amendment, Amendment 1 to the United States Constitution prohibits makes any law representing establishment of religion and impedently of freedom of exercise of religion, abridging the freedom of speech, infringing on freedom of the press, interfering with the right to peacefully assembly, or prohibited the petition for a government regardless of grievances. It was adopted on December 15th, 1791 as one of the 10 amendments that conspire the Bill of Rights. So your First Amendment was December 15th, 1791. That's your First Amendment. See, a lot of people don't understand their amendments, you know. a lot of them don't understand them. And so when they get up there and they, you know, try to go against the government, they don't have a fucking clue what they're talking about. And so, you know, like I said, a lot of people need to know their own, you know, their own. I mean, it's all right there. You know what I mean? It, like, this is all, and you could tell this is all old ass shit, like old ass shit. And like I said, everything that's on the fucking internet is on the fucking internet forever. And they can't do anything about it. You know what I mean? They can't do a fucking thing about it. You know? And these are all your rights. These are all what you cannot do. You know what I mean? Like everything. You know? You got 27 amendments, and your first amendment was 1791. So from 1791 to 1992, you know what I mean? And this government's trying to tell you what you can and what you cannot do. No, read your fucking amendments. They're all right there. Look, I'm gonna show you something else. Check this out. So when I was talking about, look, check this out. I want to show you. I want to show you this. Check this out. They talk about how the first electric car was in the 21st century. Look at this. Check this out. First electrical car, 1846. Look. Look. For you guys that don't understand, when electric cars have been around for decades, but the government's been lying to you. Yeah, the government's been lying to you. Talking about first car was built in the year 2000. No. Electricity cars was actually built in 1800s, 1700s. Here's your fucking first cars that was electricity. There you go. There's your first electrical cars. There's your first electrical cars. So they can't sit up in here and tell you that in the 21st century, Elon Musk made a Tesla. No. No. Electric cars been around for decades. Way before you was born. Way before you was born. Yep. There's your electric cars, gentlemen. For anyone that sits up in here and says that Elon Musk was the first one that invented electricity cars, you're full of shit. Here you go. Here's your proof of electric cars that was made back in 1846. Let's go check. Let's check it out. Let's go check it out. Oh, fuck it. Let's go check it out. Fuck it. Just read it all. Yeah, read it all. For anybody that wants to sit up in here and talk about how...
This article is about history of all electric vehicles. For the history of plug-in hybrid electric vehicles that use plug-in rechargeable batteries, see History of Plug-in Hybrids. Modern mass-market all-electric passenger cars. Clockwise from upper left, Jaguar I-Pace, Tesla Model 3, Nissan Leaf, and BMW i3. Crude electric carriages were invented in the late 1820s and 1830s. Practical, commercially available electric vehicles appeared during the 1890s. An electric vehicle held the vehicular land speed record until around 1900. In the early 20th century, the high cost, low top speed, and short range of battery electric vehicles, compared to internal combustion engine vehicles, led to a worldwide decline in their use as private motor vehicles. Electric vehicles have continued to be used for loading and freight equipment and for public transport, especially rail vehicles. At the beginning of the 21st century, interest in electric and alternative fuel vehicles increased due to growing concern over the problems associated with hydrocarbon-fueled vehicles, including damage to the environment caused by their emissions, the sustainability of the current hydrocarbon-based transportation infrastructure, and improvements in electric vehicle technology. Since 2010, combined sales of all-electric cars and utility vans achieved 1 million units delivered globally in September 2016, 4.8 million electric cars in use at the end of 2019, too. And cumulative sales of light-duty plug-in electric cars reached the 10 million unit milestone by the end of 2020, respectively. 3. The global ratio between annual sales of battery electric cars and plug-in hybrids went from 56 to 44, 1.3 to 1, in 2012 to 74 to 26, 2.8 to 1, in 2019, and fell to 69 to 31, 2.2 to 1, in 2020, 3, 4, 5 as of August 2020. The fully electric Tesla Model 3 is the world's all-time best-selling plug-in electric passenger car, with around 645,000 units. 6. Early history. Edit. Electric model cars. Edit. The invention of the first model electric vehicle is attributed to various people. 7. In 1828, the Hungarian priest and physicist Enéas Jedlik invented an early type of electric motor and created a small model powered by it. Between 1832 and 1839, Scottish inventor Robert Anderson developed a crude electric carriage. 8. In 1835, Professor Sybrandes Strating of Groningen, the Netherlands, and his assistant Christopher Becker from Germany created a small-scale electric car powered by non-rechargeable primary cells. 9. Electric locomotives. Edit. In 1834, Vermont blacksmith Thomas Davenport built a similar contraption which operated on a short, circular, electrified track. 10. The first known electric locomotive was built in 1837 in Scotland by chemist Robert Davidson of Aberdeen. It was powered by galvanic cells, batteries. Davidson later built a larger locomotive named Galvani, exhibited at the Royal Scottish Society of Arts exhibition in 1841. The 7,100 kilograms, 7 long ton, vehicle had 2 direct drive reluctance motors, with fixed electromagnets acting on iron bars attached to a wooden cylinder on each axle, and simple commutators. It hauled a load of 6,100 kilograms, 6 long tons, at 6.4 kilometers per hour, 4 miles per hour, for a distance of 2.4 kilometers, 1.5 miles. It was tested on the Edinburgh and Glasgow Railway in September of the following year, but the limited power from batteries prevented its general use. It was destroyed by railway workers, who saw it as a threat to their security of employment. 11, 12, 13, 14. A patent for the use of rails as conductors of electric current was granted in England in 1840, and similar patents were issued to Lilly and Colton in the United States in 1847. 15. The first battery rail car was used in 1887 on the Royal Bavarian State Railways. 16. First full-scale electric cars. Edit. Rechargeable batteries that provided a viable means for storing electricity on board a vehicle did not come into being until 1859, with the invention of the lead acid battery by French physicist Gaston Planté, 1718. Camille Alphonse IV, another French scientist, significantly improved the design of the battery in 1881. His improvements greatly increased the capacity of such batteries and led directly to their manufacture on an industrial scale. 19. What is likely the first human-carrying electric vehicle with its own power source was tested along a Paris street in April 1881 by French inventor Gustave Trouvé. 20. In 1880, Trouvé improved the efficiency of a small electric motor developed by Siemens from a design purchased from Johann Kravagl in 1867 and using the recently developed rechargeable battery. Fitted it to an English James Starley tricycle, so inventing the world's first electric vehicle. 21. Although this was successfully tested on April 19, 1881 along the Rue Valois in central Paris, he was unable to patent it. 22. Trouvé swiftly adapted his battery-powered motor to marine propulsion. To make it easy to carry his marine conversion to and from his workshop to the nearby River Seine, Trouvé made it portable and removable from the boat, thus inventing the outboard motor. On May 26, 1881, the 5-meter Trouvé boat prototype, called Le Téléphone, reached a speed of 3.6 kilometers per hour, 2.2 miles per hour, going upstream, and 9.0 kilometers per hour, 5.6 miles per hour, downstream. 23. English inventor Thomas Parker, who was responsible for innovations such as electrifying the London Underground, overhead tramways in Liverpool and Birmingham, and the smokeless fuel coalite, built his first electric car in Wolverhampton in 1884, although the only documentation is a photograph from 1895. 24. Parker's long-held interest in the construction of more fuel-efficient vehicles led him to experiment with electric vehicles. He also may have been concerned about the malign effects smoke and pollution were having in London. 25. Production of the car was in the hands of the Elwell Parker Company, established in 1882 for the construction and sale of electric trams. The company merged with other rivals in 1888 to form the Electric Construction Corporation. This company had a virtual monopoly on the British electric car market in the 1890s. The company manufactured the first electric dog cart in 1896. 26. France and the United Kingdom were the first nations to support the widespread development of electric vehicles. 8. German engineer Andreas Flocken built the first real electric car, the Flocken Elektrowagen, in 1888. 27. 28, 29, 30. Electric trains were also used to transport coal out of mines, as their motors did not use up precious oxygen. Before the preeminence of internal combustion engines, electric automobiles also held many speed and distance records. 31. Among the most notable of these records was the breaking of the 100 kilometers per hour, 62 miles per hour, speed barrier by Camille Genetzi on April 29, 1899 in his rocket-shaped vehicle Jamais Contente, which reached a top speed of 105.88 kilometers per hour, 65.79 miles per hour. Also notable was Ferdinand Porsche's design and construction of an all-wheel drive electric car powered by a motor in each hub, which also set several records in the hands of its owner E.W. Hart. The first electric car in the United States was developed in 1890-91 by Scotland-born William Morrison of Des Moines, Iowa. The vehicle was a 6-passenger wagon capable of reaching a speed of 23 kilometers per hour, 14 miles per hour. It was not until 1895 that consumers began to devote attention to electric vehicles after A.L. Riker introduced the first electric tricycles to the U.S. 32. Gustave Trouvé's tricycle, 1881, world's first electric car, powered by an improved Siemens motor. The Electromote, the world's first trolleybus by Werner von Siemens, Berlin, 1882. Electric car built in England by Thomas Parker, photo from 1895. Flocken Elektrowagen, 1888, reconstruction, 2011. Columbia Electrics, 1896-99. Victoria, electric cab on Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C., seen from Lafayette Square in 1905, driving in front of the White House. Electric car, 1904, with a chauffeur on top. The world's first police car was an electric wagon for the Akron Police Department in 1899, 33. 1890S, 1910S, Golden Age. Edit. An employee of the Great Eastern Railway Company driving a battery-powered rail parcel truck somewhere in Britain circa 1914 to 1918. Interest in motor vehicles increased greatly in the late 1890s and early 1900s. Electric battery-powered taxis became available at the end of the 19th century. In London, Walter Bursey designed a fleet of such cabs and introduced them to the streets of London in 1897. 34. They were soon nicknamed hummingbirds due to the idiosyncratic humming noise they made. 35. In the same year in New York City, the Samuels Electric Carriage and Wagon Company began running 12 electric hansom cabs. 36. The company ran until 1898 with up to 62 cabs operating until it was reformed by its financiers to form the Electric Vehicle Company. 37. Electric vehicles had a number of advantages over their early 1900s competitors. They did not have the vibration, smell, and noise associated with gasoline cars. They also did not require gear changes. While steam-powered cars also had no gear shifting, they suffered from long startup times of up to 45 minutes on cold mornings. The cars were also preferred because they did not require a manual effort to start, as did gasoline cars, which featured a hand crank to start the engine.
Yep.
Electric cars found popularity among well-heeled customers who used them as city cars, where their limited range proved to be even less of a disadvantage. Acceptance of electric cars was initially hampered by a lack of power infrastructure. 38. In the United States by 1900, 40% of automobiles were powered by steam, 38% by electricity, and 22% by petrol. The United States became the country where electric cars had gained the most acceptance. 39. Most early electric vehicles were massive, ornate carriages designed for the upper-class customers that made them popular. They featured luxurious interiors and were replete with expensive materials. Electric vehicles were often marketed as luxury cars for women, which may have generated a stigma among male consumers. 41. Sales of electric cars peaked in the early 1910s. There were over 300 listed manufacturers who produced a vehicle in the United States until 1942. In 1910s, the Standard Electric used Westinghouse electric motors and claimed to have a range of 110 miles on a charge. It was operated by a tiller from the left-hand side. The controller had 6 forward speeds and had a top speed of 20 miles per hour. The Model M was a closed model coupe or open runabout and priced from $1,785 to $1,943. The Beardsley Electric Company, founded in Los Angeles by Volney S. Beardsley in 1913, produced 661 electric cars between 1914 and 1917. A typical cruising range was 115 kilometers, 70 miles. One model, the Light Town Car, in 1916 was priced at $1,285, equivalent to $37,131 in 2024.
Wow.
44. Power as a service and general vehicle. Edit. To overcome
It's crazy.
the limited operating range of electric vehicles and the lack of recharging infrastructure and exchangeable batteries.
What the hell is going on with the damn fucking reading?
Service was first proposed as early as 1896. 45. The concept was first put into practice by Hartford Electric Light Company through the Guvieco battery service and was
I have no idea why
It's
it's
initially available for
stuttering.
electric trucks. The vehicle owner purchased the vehicle from General Vehicle Company, GVC, a subsidiary of the General Electric Company, without a battery, and the electricity was purchased from Hartford Electric through an exchangeable battery. The owner paid a variable charge and a monthly service fee to cover the maintenance and storage of the truck. Both vehicles and batteries were modified to facilitate a fast battery exchange. The service was provided between 1910 and 1924, and during that period covered more than 6 million miles. Beginning in 1917, a similar successful service was operated in Chicago for owners of Milburn Wagon Company cars, who also could buy the vehicle without the batteries, 45. In New York City, in the pre-World War I era, 10 electric vehicle companies banded together to form the New York Electric Vehicle Association, 46. The association included manufacturers and dealers, among them General Motors Truck Division and the aforementioned General Vehicle Division of General Electric, which claimed to have almost 2,000 operating vehicles in the metropolitan region, 47. When opening their flagship department store, Lord & Taylor boasted of its electric vehicle fleet, numbering 38 trucks, and the conveyor system to efficiently load and unload goods, 47-48. Thomas Edison and an electric car in 1913. 1912 Detroit Electric Advertisement. 1914 Beardsley Electric Car on display at the Pioneer Auto Museum, Meadow, South Dakota. 1920s, 1950s, Dark Age of Electric Vehicles. Edit. After enjoying success at the beginning of the 20th century, the electric car began to lose its position in the automobile market. A number of developments contributed to this situation. By the 1920s, an improved road infrastructure improved travel times, creating a need for vehicles with a greater range than that offered by electric cars. Worldwide discoveries of large petroleum reserves led to the wide availability of affordable petrol, making petrol-powered cars cheaper to operate over long distances. Electric cars were limited to urban use by their slow speed, no more than 24 to 32 kilometers per hour or 15 to 20 mph, 39, and low range, 50 to 65 kilometers or 30 to 40 miles, 39. And gasoline cars were now able to travel farther and faster than equivalent electrics. Gasoline cars also overcame much of their negatives compared to electrics in several areas. Whereas ICE cars originally had to be hand-cranked to start, a difficult and sometimes dangerous activity, the invention of the electric starter by Charles Kettering in 1912-49 eliminated the need of a hand-starting crank. Further, while gasoline engines are inherently noisier than electric motors, the invention of the muffler by Milton O. Reeves and Marshall T. Reeves in 1897 significantly reduced the noise to tolerable levels. Finally, the initiation of mass production of gas-powered vehicles by Henry Ford brought their price down. 50. By contrast, the price of similar electric vehicles continued to rise. By 1912, an electric car sold for almost double the price of a gasoline car, 8. Most electric car makers stopped production at some point in the 1910s. Electric vehicles became popular for certain applications where their limited range did not pose major problems. Forklift trucks were electrically powered when they were introduced by Yale in 1923. 51. In Europe, especially the United Kingdom, milk floats were powered by electricity. And for most of the 20th century, the majority of the world's battery electric road vehicles were British milk floats. 52. Electric golf carts were produced by Electro as early as 1954. 53. By the 1920s, the early heyday of electric cars had passed, and a decade later, the electric automobile industry had effectively disappeared. 54. Years passed without a major revival in the use of electric cars. Fuel-starved European countries fighting in World War II experimented with electric cars, such as the British milk floats and the French Breguet aviation car, but overall, while ICE development progressed at a brisk pace, electric vehicle technology stagnated. In the late 1950s, Henny Coachworks and the National Union Electric Company, makers of Exide batteries, formed a joint venture to produce a new electric car, the Henny Kilowatt, based on the French Renault Dauphine. The car was produced in 36-volt and 72-volt configurations. 55. The 72-volt models had a top speed approaching 96 kilometers per hour, 60 miles per hour, and could travel for nearly an hour on a single charge. Despite Kilowatt's improved performance with respect to previous electric cars, it was about double the cost of a regular gasoline-powered Dauphine, and production ended in 1961. 56. Electric vehicle Tama, produced by Tachikawa Aircraft Company in 1947. Mechanical Engineering Heritage, Japan, number 40. East German electric vans of the Deutsche Post in 1953. The Henny Kilowatt, a 1961 production electric car. 1960s, 1990s, revival of interest. Edit. In 1959, American Motors Corporation, AMC, and Sonotone Corporation announced a joint research effort to consider producing an electric car powered by a self-charging battery. 57. AMC had a reputation for innovation in economical cars, while Sonotone had technology for making sintered plate nickel, cadmium batteries that could be recharged rapidly and weighed less than traditional lead, acid versions. 58. That same year, Niue Industries showed an experimental electric car with a one-piece plastic body that was to begin production in early 1960. 57. In the mid-1960s, a few battery electric concept cars appeared, such as the Scottish Aviation Scamp, 1965, 59, and an electric version of General Motors' gasoline car, the Electrovair. Air, 1966. 60. None of them entered production.
But anyways, oh yeah, here's the moon landing one. Yeah. It gets deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole. That is crazy, man. They talking about Elon Musk invented electric cars. Bullshit. Electric cars been around since fucking 1800s. So this proves the fact that our generation of that, that the government's been sitting here telling us how our history is all this and all that. In reality, it shows you right here of when the cars was actually made, and in the history of every car that's ever been made in America, around the globe, of the world, since 1800s of electric cars been inventing. So for everybody to sit up in here to believe that we didn't have the technology back then, back in 1800s and 1700s, yeah, the government's been lying to you motherfuckers for decades. They've been lying to you for decades. And that's all they ever do is lie to you for decades. So it just proves my point. It just proves my point when it comes to when cars was actually first made. And it's pretty sad. It's pretty, it's pretty goddamn sad. Um you know what I mean? It's pretty damn sad that, we have to actually go and find real history of, what's really, let's see. La, 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 la. First electricity. in the world. First electricity in the world. What's electricity cars? First there's electric vehicles. I'm not talking about electric vehicles. Crude was, see, that was then. I'm trying to look at first electricity. Electricity in the world. Here we go. There we go. Cause they sit up in here and tell people lies. Yeah, they tell people lies about how we was not so so great. You know how electricity. You know, we're not in the 21st century was when electricity was invented, and all this other shit, and how Americans or this or that, whatever. But anyways, 1729. See, that's what I thought so. Yeah, I thought so too. Yeah. Look at that shit way before then, dude. Way before then. Yeah, electricity was invented way before then. Way fucking before then. Edison, Tesla. I want that. So electrical energy was first absorbed as electricity around 600 BC by the ancient Greeks. So people sit up in here and state that electricity was invented in 17 whatever, but this right here shows this proves that electricity was invented in 600 BC to 1600s. And if you read it, it says right there, earliest records or orbited electric phenomenons was made by Tesla, Milton, around 600 BC, when he noticed that rubbing amber with a fur cause it to attract light objects such as feathers. This phenomenon was now recognized as static electricity. Around the same time, the Greeks named amber electronic, from which the term electricity originates. Over the centuries. Others discovers, including loading stones, expeditions, magnets, properties, expert, whatever the hell that is, with early science and everything. In 1600, William Grant, the English professor, formerly concerned, whatever termed electrons, See, so you're telling me that electricity was actually invented and found in 600 BC, and that our history books tells us that Nikola Tesla and Benjamin Franklin and Einstein and all them was the ones that invented electricity, when actually it was discovered in 600 BC. So pretty much everything that I'm showing today is about history of what's been actually took place in the United States of America. Um, and the truth about it, not the false narrative that you was told in school and that you read in your fucking history books and everything else. Um, because you read about Benjamin Franklin, with a key and a kite and flying in the rain and everything, and electricity struck the kite, and then that's how electricity was invented, and bullshit, and more bullshit. When actually electricity was founded in fucking 600 BC, it just blows my fucking mind how much more shit this fucking government has lied to the people. Just like they said that electric cars was invented in 21st century, when this documents right here states that the first electricity car was invented back in 1800s, when Nikola Tesla invented the first electric cars. And in Germany and Australia and all these other countries, and Japan and everything else as well, that also made electric cars as well. But they stated that the United States of America, our history stated that electricity and cars was invented and whatever in 1800s, 1700s or whatever, when this proves that electric cars was invented back in 1800s. So it just proves more shit about how our government is full of shit. Here's maps of the world in 1500, and 1500. Here's worlds of 1500 and everything else. When you look at the world and shit like that, here's maps of 1500s. There's maps date back way before then as well. I mean, you got European, you got all these maps, Portuguese in America and Africa and England and everything, And then I showed maps on look Chicago power lines. Okay, when I was talking about Chicago, they had that fair, what was that, world state fair? Let me see. Let me see if they got. Let's see if they got the world state fair. World state fair right there, fair. When they lit up the World State Fair, electricity with lights, with electricity. My bad, electricity. Electricity. L E L. And this is what I was talking about. And this is what I was talking about. Not this one. Chicago. fuck is it? Goddamn Chicago. Here it is. World State Fair that was lit up in 1800s with electricity that they claim that the United States did not have electricity. And it says right there, General Electric Company. And that was what, in 1893? 1893 World State Fair that lit up with electricity around Chicago. And they sit up in here and tell people that electricity wasn't a big thing until the 21st century. No, your fucking history is wrong. This is a motherfucking photos. These are photos from 1800s of Chicago being lit up in real time of electricity that ran through Chicago. And like I stated before, our history is wrong. Yep. Our history is wrong. For everybody thinks that I'm fucking crazy, here's the proof. This is the proof. This is the proof that Chicago was lit up back in 1800s of the World State Fair in Chicago. And it shows right here that we had electricity, running electricity back then. Our fucking history's wrong. Our history is wrong. And look, what does this say? Electricity buildings at Chicago's World Fair in Pittsburgh. (1893) World Fair photos that will stun you. Let's go look at our first. What was our first cell phone? Cause I want to prove my fucking point. I want to prove my fucking point. When was the first cell phone made? I just want to prove my point how history is a fucking full of shit. I just want to prove my fucking point. I just want to prove my motherfucking point about when shit was actually invented. For everybody that wants to sit here and call me a conspiracy theory and want to sit here and call me crazy and want to sit up in here. And what does it say? 1973. This one was made in 1973. This one was made in 1973. 1989 to 1999. 1924. Some more in 1924. 1973 first mobile phone. For everybody to sit here and believe that cell phones that we have today and everything that supposedly 21st century brought a whole new thing to the world. No, it didn't. Cell phones been around for decades, man. Electricity's been around for decades. Electricity cars was invented in fucking 1800s. the Chicago World State Fair was lit up in fucking 1800s. I mean, people want to talk about when cell phones and when our history was made and when shit was created in the world. And this just proves my goddamn point when I sit here and tell you that our government has been lying to people for decades. For decades, they've been lying to people, and it just proves my goddamn point. Proves my motherfucking point. 1982, 1984, 1989, 1992, 2002, 2004. You got, so back in 1982, and I've seen ones that was back way before, um fucking 1980 or 1982. There's cell phones that's way back then. These are pictures from old days, old days. Here's a fucking one that they had, and everything else. Here's a house phone that they used to use and everything back in the day. What else did they have way back in the motherfucking day? I just want to prove my point how the government has lied to people for fucking generations after generations after generations of bullshit. 1973 and everything. Look at all these cell phones that was created. 1973, 1983, 1985, 1987, all the way to 2023. Like these are the cell phones that we used to have back in the day. And see, I was born in the 80s. I was born in the 80s, so cell phones came out at least 10 years before I was born. Cell phones came out at least 10 years before I was born. And you can see I was born 1986. Cell phones came out back in 1970s. So that just proves my point of how far cell phones was created. It just proves my point about a lot of things that people sit up in here and say, oh, our history is this and our history is that. No, this is proof of history. This is proof of our fucking history. You know what I mean? When cell phones was made, when electricity was made, when all this shit was invented and everything else, when Andrew Jackson, when fucking Andrew Jackson and everything, slaved the fucking people and took their land and everything else. Let's see. First cars made in 1864. When electricity was discovered, which was in 600 BC. When electricity was actually discovered, not no motherfucking 1700s or 1800s or 1900s. Electricity was discovered in 600 BC. So let that shit sit into your fucking mind, how electricity has been around for decades. But your history books tell you otherwise, right? Your history books tell you otherwise. I'm just trying to prove my fucking point. Let's see, what else? I showed the Boston Tea Party. Yeah, I did the Boston Tea Party. Um, what else is there? What else is there that people want to sit up in here and talk about? Um, um, oh, was Oh, let's see. What? Let's do this. When did they discussed or the this, let's do this. When May 25, 1961. Um. What else? La 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 dun 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 dun. Oh, I can do the other one. No, I can do the other one. It was called Race to Space. Yeah, it's called Race to Space. The original name's called Race to Space. Cause it wasn't called the other shit. It was called Race to Space when they wanted to go when they went over there to Russia and they kidnapped it. When the United States of America went over there and kidnapped the Russian scientists um, that was going to supposedly put us onto the moon um, and everything else like that. But see, a lot of people don't remember what the real name was called, and that's why they can't find it. But the real name is called Race to Space, against the United States and against Russia, um, and it had to do back in the Cold War and all that shit too. See, people think that I'm just fucking out of my mind, but when you actually start seeing the proof and the evidence of actual that's taken place, you see the truth about everything. Um, and if you look at it, everything, you look at everything, it just shows you the proof and evidence of how manipulated the fucking world has been for decades. And that's what it's been. It's been manipulated for decades, and people sit up in here and talk about, well, we went to the moon and all this shit. We ain't never been to the goddamn moon. And there's so many things out there that proves that we ain't been to the motherfucking moon. And there's so many other things that's been out there that's been proven that we ain't been to the moon. And you know, people swore up and down that we've been to the fucking moon.
This article is about the
we ain't never
Cold
been
War
to the moon.
rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union. For various space races, see List of space races. For other uses of the term, see Space Race, disambiguation. For a chronological guide, see Timeline of the space race. Clockwise, from top left, model of the Sputnik 1 satellite, Apollo 11 astronaut Buzz Aldrin on the Moon, U.S. Space Shuttle Atlantis docked to the Soviet Mir-Earth Orbital Space Station, U.S. and Soviet crews of Apollo-Soyuz, first joint rendezvous and docking mission. Part of a series on spaceflight. Show. History. Show. Applications. Show. Spacecraft. Show. Space launch. Show. Spaceflight types. Show. List of space organizations. Spaceflight portal. V. T. E. The space race, Russian, Romanized, Kosmicheskaya Gonka, IPA, Kasmits-Jonk, was a 20th century competition between the Cold War rivals, the United States and the Soviet Union, to achieve superior spaceflight capability. It had its origins in the ballistic missile-based nuclear arms race between the two nations following World War II and the onset of the Cold War. The technological advantage demonstrated by spaceflight achievement was seen as necessary for national security, particularly in regard to intercontinental ballistic missile and satellite reconnaissance capability, but also became part of the cultural symbolism and ideology of the time. The space race brought pioneering launches of artificial satellites, robotic landers to the Moon, Venus, and Mars, and human spaceflight in low Earth orbit and ultimately to the Moon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Public interest in space travel originated in the 1951 publication of a Soviet youth magazine and was promptly picked up by U.S. magazines. 5. The competition began on July 29, 1955. When the United States announced its intent to launch artificial satellites for the International Geophysical Year. 5 days later, the Soviet Union responded by declaring they would also launch a satellite in the near future. The launching of satellites was enabled by developments in ballistic missile capabilities since the end of World War II. 6. The competition gained Western public attention with the Sputnik crisis, when the USSR achieved the first successful satellite launch, Sputnik 1, on October 4, 1957. It gained momentum when the USSR sent the first human, Yuri Gagarin, into space with the orbital flight of Vostok 1 on April 12, 1961. These were followed by a string of other firsts achieved by the Soviets over the next few years. 7, 8, 9. Gagarin's flight led U.S. President John F. Kennedy to raise the stakes on May 25, 1961, by asking the U.S. Congress to commit to the goal of landing a man on the Moon and returning him safely to the Earth. Before the end of the decade, 10-2, both countries began developing super heavy-lift launch vehicles, with the U.S. successfully deploying the Saturn V, which was large enough to send a 3-person orbiter and 2-person lander to the Moon. Kennedy's moon landing goal was achieved in July 1969 with the flight of Apollo 11, 11, 12, 13.
Which never happened.
The USSR continued to pursue crewed lunar programs to launch and land on the Moon before the U.S. with its N-1 rocket, but did not succeed, and eventually canceled it to concentrate on Salyut, the first space station program, and the first landings on Venus and on Mars. Meanwhile, the U.S. landed 5 more Apollo crews on the Moon, 14, and continued exploration of other extraterrestrial bodies robotically. A period of détente followed with the April 1972 agreement on a cooperative Apollo, Soyuz Test Project, ASTP, resulting in the July 1975 rendezvous in Earth orbit of a U.S. astronaut crew with a Soviet cosmonaut crew and joint development of an International Docking Standard APS 75. Being considered as the final act of the space race by many observers. 15. The competition was, however, only gradually replaced with cooperation. 16. The collapse of the Soviet Union eventually allowed the U.S. and the newly reconstituted Russian Federation to end their Cold War competition, also in space, by agreeing in 1993 on the Shuttle, Mir, and International Space Station programs. 17.
Yeah, that was right. When they discussed about how that they was going to the Soviet Union and which was Russia and all them was going to put a man on the moon and all this shit and put satellites in space. The United States of America also stated that they was gonna enter the race, and that's what it was called, was Space to the Race, to get a man on the first on the moon. And Apollo 11 had Bud Aldrin and Neil Armstrong, which, if you look at the real footages of the moon landing back when it happened in 1955, there's a bunch of evidence and everything stating that we never went to the moon, and if they did go to the moon, it was all faked and animated and everything else, which is also true, that it was all animated. Because if you go to TikTok and you look up a bunch of videos that's on TikTok, you will see how everything was created in a building that they took parts of here in New Mexico. That if you come here to New Mexico and you look for the same areas that the moon landing supposedly took place, you'll find those locations here in New Mexico. You will also find other places where they use green screens, and they also use a bunch of other shit, wires and everything that people was attached to do all their little flips and do all their little shit. Like recently, they had those 4 people that was on there discussing about the moon landings and all this other shit, how they was gonna send these 4 actresses or whatever up to space, and they're on wires and everything. If you look into the actual real video of that taking place, you see a guy off to the right side with his coffee cup and everything, and they're telling him in the background, hey, get out of the shot, get out of the way. We see you drinking your coffee in the background while they was trying to make a video of NASA, and that was recently. And then they also had the videos of the 2 people that was supposedly stuck in space for 8 days, and they had Thanksgiving, and they had Halloween, and they had Christmas, and this and this and this. If you actually pay attention to the actual video of that woman and that guy, they're wearing harnesses that are connected to wires to make them look like they're floating in the air. And then when the guy does the flip, you see the wires and everything, and they try to hide it out where they're showing you that this is all being taken place and you're being manipulated and everything. Just like they was trying to figure out how did they get the rover onto space if Neil Armstrong and Bud Aldrin was the first 2 people on the space on the moon. How did you get the Land Rover there? Who was doing the video of Neil Armstrong and Bud Aldrin coming out of the pod when they supposedly landed on the moon? And then they're showing. Then they got proof of evidence of when they come back to Earth, that they're dropping the pod out of a fucking carrier, airplane carrier craft of the military. That they're shoving the pod out of the back of the fucking aircraft, and then the parachute comes open, and then you're watching the landing of them coming back to Earth. It's all fake. Everything they said about the fucking moon has always been fake. Because if you really look at it, the flag of the United States of America, when they put the flag down in the soil on the moon, why is the fucking flag waving around when there is no air on space? If you're wearing fucking a suit with an oxygen suit, that you need to have oxygen to go to the moon, but you see the fucking flag waving like crazy on the motherfucking moon. You see someone videotaping, but there's only 2 people on the moon, right? It's lies. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. And see, a lot of this shit that they're trying to say that that NASA sent these people to the moon and all this shit, it's like you got someone standing there videotaping them coming out of the fucking the space shuttle, out of the pod. You got the rover already on the ground, but their famous words was Neil Armstrong saying, first step for mankind and blah 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 blah, which is bullshit. And it's all bullshit. It's absolutely 100% bullshit. The moon landing is fake as fuck. And NASA is trying to prove in 2025 that they went to the fucking moon, but it's funny as fuck that Apollo 12 and 13 and Apollo 14 all blew up after Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, which is Apollo 11, supposedly went to the fucking moon, and they haven't never been back to the moon since. Why haven't you been back to the moon since 1955? Well, that's right, because it's fake as fuck. And so people have gotten so many videos and did so many research on videos of the real truth behind the moon landing, and now they're just throwing them all on TikTok and proving evidence and documentations and videos and live footages and everything else of everything being fake as fuck. And it is. And the same thing for John F. Kennedy, when they sit there and said that John F. Kennedy was assassinated by Oswald in Dallas, Texas, and all this and all that. Now, if you look at the original footage of John F. Kennedy, and they exposed all that shit on TikTok as well, where all the JFK files, when Donald Trump requested all the JFK files and everything to be released, and when they flooded that with the internet of John F. Kennedy's assassination, Martin Luther King's assassination, and all these other people that was assassinated, when Donald Trump requested all those documents and actual videos, you will see that the John F. Kennedy's car and everything is coming into the footage, but you also see off to the left side that there's a tree hovering over. Now, I know in real life, no fucking tree is going to be hovering over the ground, because it's going to be in the ground growing. And see, this is where they fucked up, and they showed it on national TV. If you guys remember, when they showed the actual footage of John F. Kennedy's, coming through Dallas, Texas, and everything, what they did not understand, or what they did not edit it out that video, is the tree that is to the left that is hovering over the ground. And that's where their biggest mistake is because when they left that tree in there, it exposed them to the fake ass video of John F. Kennedy being assassinated in downtown of Dallas, Texas. And so thousands of people have gotten the real footage of before they edited the video, because a lot of these videos of people being assassinated on live television, a lot of them have been edited. Now, if you look at you look at John F. Kennedy's assassinated, that was edited like shit. You look at the 9/11 shit, that was also edited, and I'm gonna the reason why I say it was also edited is because they had multiple helicopters downtown New York City on 9/11. Okay, if you guys remember, they had multiple helicopters downtown flying in the air when 9/11 happened. And then all of a sudden, they're live on air, and then they cut the video, right? They go off the air. And then 30 minutes later, they come back on live. Welcome back to breaking news. 9/11, the Twin Towers, a 747 struck this tower. Oh, here comes another one. Boom, another one got hit. This, and this. Building 7 was taken down, and this and this and this, and the buildings that collapsed. And while all this is going on, you also hear the voice recordings from the flights of people supposedly being on the planes that was making phone calls home, telling their loved ones that they care and they love them, and the planes was hijacked, and this and this and this. Now, tell me, how the fuck did you get those motherfucking voice calls from those flights and put those motherfuckers on the air, live video of footage in New York City when the planes smashed into the fucking buildings, and you're playing the fucking voice calls of people calling home to their loved ones? But they can't find the fucking black boxes or the flight path or anything else for those flights in 26 goddamn years. Like I said, this government is so fucked up and so fucking stupid that they have fucked up so many times to make people believe that we was attacked by terrorists. And that's the reason why I proved my point when they sit up in here and state that 9/11 was from terrorists, when in fact it was not from terrorists, because there's no motherfucking way that you can get multiple phone calls from those flights when it took place, when those planes flew into the buildings, and then you're posting them on the fucking television while it's being live downtown New York City from helicopters that were just supposedly just there for whatever fucking reason. And then they sit up in here and state, well, we found passports and of terrorists outside of the Twin Towers on the ground. No, you didn't. No, the fuck you didn't. Every fucking thing that's ever happened in the United States of America, from the moon landing to Watergate to motherfucking 9/11 to the assassination of motherfucking Martin Luther King to John F. Kennedy to motherfucking Charlie, the fucking guy at the fucking college incident that recently happened. Every motherfucking thing that's ever happened on live television is because of the fucking government of the United States of the fucking America. Tell me the fuck I'm wrong. Because the fact of it is, if you really look at the actual footages and you pay attention to the actual shit that took place and all these fucking events, the government has fucked up and made editing to multiple videos that took place on multiple events, that's showing you that the government was behind it, and the government edited a lot of these shits out to say that it was done by one shooter or no shooter or this or this or this or that, when in fact every fucking event that's ever been televised on television has been a motherfucking lie and an inside from the fucking government. You don't believe me? Just go watch the actual footages. The actual footages of the tree hovering over the fucking ground on the left side when John F. Kennedy is driving by. And then all of a sudden you see the tree back in the ground because they did shitty editing. And then if you look at the videos on 9/11, how they can go live and then all of a sudden go off the air and then come back and they're playing voice recordings of the victims supposedly on the planes. There was no victims on the planes. There is no victims on the planes. The manifest was on the planes, stating that all these people was on the planes. Those people was not on the motherfucking planes. The only bodies that was ever found in the Twin Towers was the workers that worked in the Twin Towers. That's it. They have never found any bodies that was actually on the fucking flights of those fucking planes. 26 years, they still ain't found the black boxes to those fucking flights. But they're going to sit up in here and say they found passports of the terrorists. It's funny how they found one, they only got one terrorist at one airport, but there was 22 terrorists, right? You only caught one terrorist out of 22, and you got 7, 8 different passports of other terrorists that's outside of the Twin Towers on the ground that officers and people picked up and turned into the police department. When you got fire department and police department, and you got people live videos stating on live videos that they heard explosions before the first plane even hit the fucking Twin Towers, and the bottom glass of the windows blew out while they was going into the buildings. It's kind of obvious. It's real fucking obvious that it was an inside job from George W. Bush. It's crazy that George W. Bush was supposed to have been out of town when John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas. But as the real report found, and more investigators found, and more people that looked into it, they found George W. Bush downtown in a hotel across the street when John F. Kennedy was assassinated. But George W. Bush was supposed to have been out of the country meeting with other leaders of other countries on that day, right? And that's been proven. It's also been proven that George W. Bush was downtown in another hotel meeting with Iran, Iraq, Pakistan, Russia, Japan, China, and other leaders of other countries in New York City 9 months prior to 9/11. It's also been proved that the workers was doing construction work in the middle of the night 6 months prior to Building 7 and both Twin Towers. It's also been proven that the owner of the 1991 and 1993 Twin Tower buildings took out the most profitable insurance policy, and then 9 months later, here goes the Twin Towers going down. But they also proven that the CEO and the owner of the Twin Towers used to eat breakfast every morning in the hotel of one of the Twin Towers every day since the buildings was built in 91 and 93 when the Twin Towers was built. Now, on that specific day when 9/11 happened, he did not eat breakfast in his hotel in that suite that he had built on one of the fucking buildings. Why did he take out the most expensive insurance policy on those buildings? Why did he make over $20 billion when those buildings went down? It's just kind of obvious that every fucking main event that's ever happened in the United States of America has been because of the government. Because of the fucking government. And people want to sit up in here and tell me that I'm crazy when I said in 2024, I can't wait until they expose the government for the assassination of John F. Kennedy, the assassination of Martin Luther King, the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, the Twin Tower event, the Watergate event, the motherfucking moon landing event, and everything in 2025 is being exposed. And I'm fucking happy that it's being exposed because this government's been lying to motherfuckers for decades. For decades, these motherfuckers been lying to you. And everybody want to sit up in here and call me a conspiracy theory. When everything is being proven, and all the facts and the real videos and the truth is coming out. When they found out that Martin Luther King was an FBI agent that worked with the FBI and the CIA. That's right. Martin Luther King was a fucking informer working with the fucking government. Just like Charlie Kirk that got assassinated recently. It's funny as fuck that they have no fucking grave for him. They have no autopsy. They have no fucking anything saying that he even existed. And then they have multiple people that was on the side of him on the left side, and the other guy that was wearing the hat on the right side of the other feds was making all these signs. They also stated that there was 2 shooters, and the real shooter didn't even fire the weapon that they claimed that shot the guy that was at that fucking university, college, and everything else. So, and then you have incidents of that one kid trying to shoot Donald Trump at one rally. Then you have another incident of someone trying to assassinate Donald Trump at another rally, and this and this and this. But it's funny as fuck that it's all inside government, right? It's all inside government, right? Just like they had the Boston Marathon bomber that lived in this one little island area that made a bomb, multiple bombs in a van, then drove it to the Boston Marathon, and that's from the United States of America, that was born and raised in the United States of America, that drove to the Boston Marathon, why the Boston Marathon was going on, that blew up the Boston Marathon, and then the FBI building where that one guy came from, that one island in the United States of America that was born in the United States of America, drove that one van to the FBI building, parked it outside the FBI building, and then blew up the fucking FBI building and everything in Oklahoma. And then you have the Boston Marathon where those other 2 guys put on backpacks that had those compressor oven compressor thing fucking you put food into and you plug it in and you cook food and shit, that they turned those into bombs and took them down to the Boston Marathon and put them underneath seats and left them there and then walked off. Boom! And thousands of people got fucked off with that shit, right? But these are all Americans, right? These are all Americans born in America that's against the government, right? And then you have all these other ones that's taken place. Like I said, everything that's happened in the United States of America is because of Americans, not because of terrorists. And it's been proven. But they want to call me a conspiracy theory. They want to call me crazy. Nope. I'm not crazy. What is it? What is it? The Oklahoma? Yeah, Oklahoma. And I'm gonna show it to you. Oklahoma bomber. F the another FBI building. Look. You guys remember this building? You guys remember this building? what is it? The Oklahoma City Federal Building bombing in history. The bombing of the Alfredo P. whatever federal building in Oklahoma City on April 19th, 1995. Like I said, if you don't remember your fucking history and you don't remember what the fucking events actually took place in this motherfucking world, you guys are so fucking left behind on what the fucking real truth is with everything else. Because as you guys can see, this was the Oklahoma bombing that took place in Oklahoma. And this is the proof of it, that they don't want you to know of the real truth of the history that actually took place. This is the real truth behind the Oklahoma bombing. And it was American that fucking did it. Yep. It was American person that fucking did it. Okay? So you have this one, right? So you have this one, right? Let's go look at the other one, right? The other one I just mentioned about. Boston. A marathon in 20 the Boston marathon bombing. Look at this. Look at this. Here's the Boston marathon bombing. Now tell me the fuck I'm wrong. Tell me the fuck I'm wrong about what really takes place in this motherfucking history. And these two motherfuckers are the ones that did it. These two motherfuckers are the ones that did it. And you see the backpack on his back, right? You see his backpack? You see his backpack? On his back, in his backpack is one of those roaster things that you cook food in, that he turned into a fucking bomb. It was him and the other guy as well. And you see multiple, both of them. And it's Americans. It's not terrorists from other countries. It's Americans. These two motherfuckers was born and raised in America. Now tell me how crazy I am. I wish a motherfucker would tell me how crazy the fuck I am, because I'm not crazy. And these are Boston. There's a Boston Marathon. Let's do what was the other one? Those two kids. What was the fucking thing? I forgot what the fucking city it was. What the fuck was it? Was it Oklahoma or was it North Carolina? I'm thinking it was North Carolina. I'm thinking it was North Carolina, where those two teenage kids walked in there with pipe bombs. What was the I'm trying to remember. Pipe bombs. Fuck, I'm trying to remember the pipe bomb. I'm not too sure. Two teens with pipe bombs. I don't remember when it took place, what year it took place. But yeah, here's the ones with the when the kids walked into school. They made pipe bombs off of YouTube. There was a school that was hit with pipe bombs that two kids made, and I'm not too sure what year it was, but it was way back before fucking. It wasn't 2021. It was way before then. Yeah, it was way before. It was way before. 90. It was before 2000. Way before 2000. I'm not too sure because some of these was. Yeah, they had most recent ones. Before 2000. Yeah, it was before 2000. See, this was in 2021, but it was way before 2000 because it was on YouTube where they learn how to make the fucking pipe bombs. That the two kids wore trench coats, and then walked into school. I should put the one for the school. Yeah, the one in the school one. I'm not too familiar what date that took place. Yeah, I don't remember what date that took place, but it happened. Fuck, I can't remember. I can't remember what date it took place, but it was two teenage kids that learned how to make pipe bombs off of YouTube. It was before 2000. Um, fuck. Everything that's ever happened in the United States of America is because of fucking United States people that's born and raised in America. And they blame it on terrorists from other countries, saying that other countries have, you know, did terrorists against America when actually it's people that's from the United States of America that's committed the treason against America. See, they're talking about 21st century shit when it happened before year 2000. Yeah, it happened way before 2000. I'm thinking it had to do with those two boys, the other two boys. Where the fuck is those pictures at? I just seen them just a minute ago. These two. Um. Oh yeah, the Columbia one. Yeah, the Columbia one. That's it. Columbine. Columbine. That's what it is. Columbine. My bad. It's a Columbine one. Yeah, it's a Columbine one. Fuck. I knew it was something with those two boys, and they learned it off of YouTube. The Columbine. Yeah, it's the Columbine shooting and the bombing that took place. That is the Columbine one. Um, I can't even fucking remember how to spell it. I can't even fucking remember how to spell it. Oh, it's C-O, not C-U. C-O-O. U-M. U-M-B-I-N-E. Columbine. Yeah. They made pipe bombs. Yeah. Here's the two kids that walked into school with pipe bombs that they learned it off of YouTube. And this is the Columbine. This is the Columbine one that happened back then. Um Yeah, it was before. It was before '99. Yeah, it was back in '99. My bad. It was back in '99. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it was back in '99. See, everything that's taking place in the United States of America is because Americans. And this is proving my point of how the government has been the way they've been doing, is because these two kids learn how to make pipe bombs off of YouTube. Before YouTube was ever censored, before YouTube was ever anal fuck about any of the sensitivity and the censoring and all the bullshit that YouTube does now, these two are the reasons why YouTube is the way it is now, is because these two fucking jackasses that they walked into school and did mass killing and everything with bombs and guns and shit back in '99. And then you also had the Oklahoma bombing of the FBI building. That was also a United States citizen of America that lived in America, that drove a van to Oklahoma FBI federal building, parked it outside and blew the motherfucking building up. Then after that took place, then you had the Oklahoma Boston, or the Boston Marathon, that took place with the other two people that put pressure cookers, turned pressure cookers into bombs, put them in their backpack, and went to the Boston Marathon and killed and injured a lot of people doing that. And then you had 9/11 that took place and everything else. And so how much more evidence does America need to know how Americans are the fucking terrorists of America? How much more evidence do you guys need to know? Because this is American, two children that took place in the 1999 Columbine shooting, and then the two Americans that did the Boston Marathon, that was also Americans. And then you had George W. Bush, that was the president of the United States of America, that was there when John F. Kennedy was assassinated and the 9/11 took place. So those two incidents was on George W. Bush. And then you had the Watergate incident with Richard Nixon, that Richard Nixon never even took place in the Watergate, that actually the FBI and CIA was involved in, and we'll go look that up as well. Look, just to prove my point that American is the ones that you actually have to look out for, because of the fact that, you know, they want to sit up in here and state that there's terrorists around the world that wants to talk about how Americans, you know, need to look out for terrorists. No, what you need to look out for is motherfucking Americans or the fucking terrorists in America, born and raised. So if you want to look at the situation, and everything, and everything, the FBI and the CIA was behind this incident, because Richard Nixon was nowhere near the fucking Watergate. They also tried to use a smoking gun is what they called it, is a tape that they tried to state that Richard Nixon stated that he was involved in the Watergate, which they found out later that Richard Nixon was never involved in the Watergate. It was the FBI and the CIA that used 3 people from the FBI and 2 people from the CIA that was supposed to go on undercover and, you know, broke into the Watergate, and then they pinned it on Richard Nixon, saying that he hired them to break into the Watergate incident, which they found out later that that was all lies as well. And then they tried to use a hot tape or smoking gun tape that they tried to get someone to sit on his couch in the Oval Office and record the conversation with Richard Nixon to find out if he was actually one that was behind the Watergate incident. And Richard Nixon didn't have a fucking clue what the fuck he was talking about. But the guy sat there on his couch recording the whole conversation, and then they posted it on the internet saying this is a smoking gun tape proving that Richard Nixon was behind it, which when you listen to the actual video and the actual tape of it, Richard Nixon never admit to anything, and he didn't even know what the fuck they was talking about. So that smoking gun tape that they tried to use against him is false and could not clarify that he was actually behind the Watergate incident, but they tried to impeach him. And so what he did is said, okay, you want to impeach me? I'm gonna give my record, I'm gonna give my resignation, and I'm gonna walk out, and someone else is gonna take over the White House. And as you see right here, Nixon resigns. That's when he said, okay, I've had enough of this shit. I'm just gonna go ahead and put my resignation, my resignation in, and I'm gonna walk out from the White House. This proves the facts that Richard Nixon was not behind it. And so when you have multiple videos stating that Richard Nixon was behind all this shit, and this was way back then as well. So you tell me how corrupted this fucking government is. Tell me how fucking corrupted this fucking government is to sit up in here and tell me that Richard Nixon was behind the fucking Watergate. He wasn't behind the Watergate. He was never behind the Watergate. He was never behind the fucking Watergate. The FBI and the CIA was behind it. And if you look up the documents and everything, else, you'll find that the CIA and the FBI, they eventually the ones that was behind it. And here you go. There you go. June 1972, Nixon aides hired thugs to bug the Democrat National Committee headquarters of the Watergate Hotel. Epic fail. During the trial of the burglaries in 1973, it came out that Nixon administration officials had been involved. The Senate investigation witnesses said that the cover-up including the president, which that was false. These 5 men, and if you look up these 5 men, they work for the FBI and the CIA. These 5 men are the ones that broke into the Watergate. And then they try to pin it on Richard Nixon, saying that Richard Nixon hired them, which in fact is false. And they proved that as well. So every motherfucking thing that you see about this fucking government that's been telling you for decades and everything else. And why did it say scandal? Because it's a fucking scandal. Everything that you hear about the fucking government, that they've been involved in every fucking thing, it's fucking true. The government has been involved in everything. Every fucking thing. Every fucking thing. President John F. Kennedy is assassinated. Every fucking thing. Every fucking thing that's ever been put out on the fucking internet. And like I say, you can't hide shit from the government. You can't hide shit. You cannot hide shit on the fucking internet. President Kennedy shot and killed by assassinated in Dallas parade. Yeah. Everything. They sit up in here and they lied to you. They sit up in here and lied to you and tell you that Oswald is the one that shot John F. Kennedy. No, the fuck he didn't. Oswald never fired a bullet out of that fucking rifle. Never. And then it says, it right there, it says, killed by sniper bullets during a parade. Oswald was never the one that killed and assassinated John F. Kennedy. And that's been proven. It's funny how they had 7 snipers downtown on the buildings of downtown Dallas, Texas, when this took place, right? Let's see. I wish they have. Do they got a video? Do they got a video of them? Yeah. Do they got a video? Video of the actual tape that took place. They got the actual video that took place. Oh, this is about the Watergate. Where's the smoking gun? Let me type that up. My bad. Smoking gun. Give me that smoking gun tape. Yeah, give me that smoking gun tape that they try to use. Smoking gun tape. Yeah, they got a tape about it. They sure do. They sure do. They got a fucking tape on this motherfucker, stating that they had a tape that they recorded. They recorded him saying shit, and there's not true. I hate these fucking ads. Yeah, they got all kinds of shit, man. Like, there's all kinds of shit on everything, man.
This was one of the biggest political scandals in American history.
Yep.
Welcome to WatchMojo.com,
Sure
and today
was.
we'll be learning more about the Watergate scandal.
The thing that's so appalling to me is that the president, when this whole idea was suggested to him, didn't in righteous indignation rise up and say, get out of here, you're in the office of the President of the United States. How can you talk about blackmail and bribery and keeping witnesses silent?
In mid-1971, the Pentagon Papers were leaked. That report proved that administrations from Truman to Johnson had intentionally expanded their Vietnam War efforts, in contrast to what the public was told. The Nixon administration then panicked and formed a covert group to halt leaks. Nixon advisor John Ehrlichman assembled the White House plumbers and included former CIA agent E. Howard Hunt and former FBI agent G. Gordon Liddy.
FBI and
Soon,
CIA.
The president's
Told
political
you.
rivals were recorded on Nixon's enemies list. Politicians, journalists, and even Hollywood actors Nixon feared could stop his re-election were included and were harassed by the administration with tax audits, legal action, and more. Prior to the 1972 election, the Republicans created a Committee for the Re-election of the President, or CRP. John Mitchell stepped down as Attorney General to chair that committee. The CRP used questionable and illegal means to achieve their goal. For example, Mitchell kept a slush fund to subsidize information gathering on the Democrats. Ultimately, a plan was approved to bug and steal information from the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate Hotel.
Yep.
On June 17, 1972, during the second of these break-ins, the burglars were arrested.
The Democratic National Committee is trying to solve a spy mystery.
Told you.
It began before dawn Saturday when 5 intruders were captured by police.
Everything
inside the offices
government's
of the
involved
committee
in.
in Washington.
The FBI quickly linked those arrested with Hunt. Because of Hunt's connection to the plumbers, Nixon ordered his chief of staff, Bob Haldeman, to instruct the CIA to block further FBI investigation into the finances behind the Watergate break-in. The cover-up began.
Mr. Nixon, did you know about the burglary of our Democratic National Headquarters at the Watergate?
The Nixon administration then officially denied involvement in the burglary. However, more clues emerged that conflicted with this. Aside from the Hunt connection, one of the burglars was a Republican Party aide, and a paper trail led to the CRP. On June 20th, Washington Post journalists Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein reported on the Hunt connection, with confirmation from their anonymous source, Deep Throat. This team was instrumental in unraveling the Watergate case, and in implicating the Justice Department, the FBI, the CIA, and the White House. In
Told you.
2005, Deep Throat was revealed as former FBI Deputy Director Mark Felt. By September 1972, the burglars, Hunt and Liddy, were indicted by a grand jury.
Told
Despite
you.
connections to the scandal, Nixon was decisively re-elected that November. The burglars pleaded guilty before Hunt and Liddy went to trial in early '73. The scandal soon exploded when many of the administration's...
Now tell me I'm fucking wrong about the fucking government. Tell me the fuck I'm wrong about this two-faced ass, shitty ass fucking government that's in the United States of America that runs everything. Tell me how crooked and corrupted these motherfuckers are when they try to sit here and pin it on this man and say that he was involved in the Watergate when they re-elected him in November later on that year, implementing, showing that he was never involved in shit. But people sat up there and said that he was involved in this motherfucking shit. Like I said, every fucking thing that's ever been put out in the motherfucking world is available for people to see and to go back and see everything and the proof of evidence that goes around in this motherfucking world. This government is the biggest fucking traitors that we have in the United States of America. But people sit up in here and say that they trust the government of the United States. How the fuck are you going to trust the government of the United States when they sit up there and pin something on a president that a president didn't, a sitting president never was involved in, but they sit up there and call me a fucking conspiracy theory when it's proof and evidence that every fucking thing that I talk about from the fucking government has been fucking lies and manipulation and tactic skills to scare the public people of the United States of America. So how much more shit do you guys need to be proven that I'm no fucking conspiracy theory and the fact that this government is fucking traitors to the United States people? We the people are the ones that fucking elect these son of a bitches. We the people are the ones that are allowed to remove these motherfuckers. We are the people pay taxes to this fucked up government that sits up in here and manipulates you motherfuckers and turns you motherfuckers into sheep. But you still sit up in here and believe that the United States government is here for you. That is a lie. They don't give a fuck about you. And this is proof. Every fucking thing that I've ever talked about, it's right there on the fucking internet for every fucking body to see. From Andrew Jackson to fucking Ronald Reagan to motherfucking Nixon to motherfucking Adolf Hitler to 9/11 to Oklahoma bombing to the Columbine fucking shooting to the fucking Boston Marathon to the Boston Tea Party acts of tax paying that doesn't require you to pay taxes, but they want you to pay taxes. Every fucking thing is out there for you people to see. Just do your fucking research and find it. So when YouTube and when Kick and when Facebook and all these social medias want to take everything from you, your First Amendment states that no social media platforms can take or remove anything that you post on any social medias. Your First Amendment states that. Freedom of speech states that. Your First Amendment. So when all these platforms want to take your shit down because they feel unsecure and unsafe because people are putting them out there to show proof and evidence how crooked these motherfuckers are, your First Amendment. Your Second Amendment, it says you have the rights to bear arms. Everyone has the right to bear arms. If you're a felon or if you're not a felon, everyone in America has the right to bear arms. It states that in your fucking amendments. You have 27 amendments. Go look up what your fucking amendments are. Go look up your fucking Bill of Rights and your constitutional rights of everything that goes on in this fucking America. And everything that this fucking government's trying to do to you, they can't do to you. They cannot do to you, but they want to enforce it. That's why I'm saying everything that I talk about, every fucking thing that I talk about, is because the government has been trying to fuck people for decades. But the fact of it is, you can't manipulate me. You can't stick your hand up my ass and make me into a fucking puppet. You can't scare me with your scare tactics of sending the FBI to my motherfucking door. You can't. Because I'm not afraid of none of the motherfuckers. The fact of it is the truth will come out later on. The truth, whatever is in the dark, will come to light sooner or later. And when it gets all exposed, people are going to be pissed off about it.
Important figures were implicated. In April, 4 top Nixon aides lost their jobs due to their involvement in the cover-up. Haldeman, Ehrlichman, Attorney General Richard Kleindienst, and White House lawyer John Dean. Official investigations began in mid-1973, led by Senator Sam Ervin and Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox. They proved the connection between the burglary and the White House and CRP.
Yep.
Dean became a valuable witness when he divulged Nixon knew about the cover-up. In July, Nixon assistant Alexander Butterfield explosively revealed the existence of Nixon-installed recording devices throughout the White House. Those tapes were subpoenaed. However, Nixon refused to release them, citing executive privilege.
This principle of confidentiality of presidential conversations is at stake in the question of these tapes. I must and I shall oppose any efforts to destroy this principle, which is so vital to the conduct of this great office.
To save himself, Nixon dismissed the Attorney General, his deputy, and Cox in the Saturday Night Massacre. Public outcry followed, and Nixon responded with one of his most quoted speeches in November '73.
People have got to know whether or not their president's a crook. Well, I'm not a crook. I've earned everything I've got.
By March, the Watergate 7 were indicted. Many spent time in prison, and though Nixon was named, he remained unindicted. The Watergate tapes were finally released in July 1974. An 18-minute erased section proved controversial. Of the exposed facts, it was found that some involved in the break-in had received hush money. Most importantly, the smoking gun tape undeniably proved Nixon knew about the cover-up since mid-1972. Nixon was forced to step down or face impeachment. On August 8, 1974, Nixon resigned and was replaced by Gerald Ford. Exactly 1 month later, Ford officially pardoned him. This controversy resulted in multiple arrests, the creation of new laws, renewed interest in investigative journalism, and the first resignation of a U.S. president. The Watergate scandal undoubtedly changed American politics forever.
Yep. Tell me how fucking wrong I am about the government.
The Watergate scandal shook American politics in the 1970s.
Not. I have never been wrong about anything.
What if you can create your own?
I have never been wrong about anything the fuck I discuss on my fucking channel. Never been wrong about nothing. And it just proves the point. It just proves the point how far this fucking government and how everything actually takes place with what goes on. You know what I mean? Moon landing to, like I said, everything, dude. Every fucking thing that they sit up in here and talk about. Every fucking thing that they sit up in here and talk about. Everything. For people to sit up here and to believe that they can get away with anything they fucking do within the government. And it states right here, look at it. It states right here of everything that took place. Your amendments. There's 26 amendments here, but there's actually 27. Every citizen has a right to freedom of speech. Every citizen has the right to bear arms. No soldier in time, place shall be quitted in private citizen homes without consent. Personal property cannot be searched without a search warrant. No person must testify against themselves in a court of law. They've got about they've got about slavery. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Everybody don't even know their own fucking amendments. And when you sit up in here and you read and you look at everything that's actually took place and everything like that. When you look at the constitutional rights and you look at everything that's taken place of every bill that's ever been written, of every constitutional rights, it states everything. And what's so crazy is if you look at it, look at this. Look at this. Your bills of rights, 1st to 27th, 1791, your bills of rights. Immunity of state from certain lawsuits, 1795. Abolish slavery, 1865. Women's right to vote, 1920. Prohibition alcohol, 1919. Everything. And then the good one says right here, ban taxes of payment as voluntary qualifications, 1964. It says right there in your 24th Amendment stating that you don't have to pay taxes. Go look at the Boston Tea Party. It also states in 1964 that was abolished for any American or anybody that is in Boston to ever pay taxes. It also states right here, president succeeds vice president's vacancy, presidency, and disability, 1964 or 1967. Everything that they sit up in here and they tell you, people on TV, and tell you everything about all your constitutional rights, everything. These are old documents. These are old documents that have been taken for decades. Everything. This is no bullshit. Everything that they have is right there for people to see. Everything. Every fucking thing. And people want to sit up in here and say, oh, well, I don't have the right to do this. I don't have the right to do that. Okay. Go look up your fucking rights. Go look up your fucking rights and look at it. Boston Tea Party, December 16, 1773, where Americans, consolations frustrated by the British tax representations, dumped 342 chests of tea in the Boston Harbor. This right here, the Boston Tea Party right here, implements of your not paying of your fucking taxes. This right here proves documents of Americans don't have to pay taxes. It's voluntary to pay taxes. This right here, this document proves it. So when people sit up in here and talk about, oh, well, you have to pay taxes. No, you don't. No, the fuck you don't. This right here is another act of Indian Removal Act in the United States of 1830. On May 28, 1830, when Andrew Jackson went and slaughtered thousands and thousands of Indians and took their fucking land. There's also, look, I'm gonna also show you a map, original map of everything, the original map of what I was talking about, California and Texas being part of Mexico. I'll show you that too. Just so you see that the proof of it. Where is it at? Where is it at? Where the fuck is it at? Yeah, this is Andrew Jackson right here. Yeah, sure is. Where the fuck is the map? There's a map of Andrew Jackson. Hold on. Here it is. There you go, right here. There you go. There's you a map right there. California, New Mexico, Texas, Utah, all them is part of Mexico. You don't believe me? Here's the proof. Now tell me, why are they forcing illegals out of the American, out of America that's actually Mexico? 1864. Yeah, this is back in 1864. Proof of the map. Proof of the map. Look, look, look. Here you go. Empire of Mexico. This is all Mexico. Texas, New Mexico, Utah, California. Everything is motherfucking Mexico. Everything. Now tell me, why do they sit up in here and try to tell people that Andrew Jackson didn't come in and slaughter thousands of Indians and take their motherfucking land? That's right. Andrew Jackson came in and took their land. Every motherfucking body that lives in Texas, everybody that lives in New Mexico, everybody that lives in Utah, everyone that lives in California is original Mexico. Sure the fuck is. 1842 shows you everything. Look, every map. 1823 Mexico. Everything. And people want to sit up in here and call me a fucking conspiracy theory. Want to sit up in here and tell me that I'm fucking crazy. No, I ain't crazy. This is just proof and evidence that your history is a fucking lie. Every motherfucking history that you see in the fucking history books are fucking lies and have been lies for decades. And this just proves my fucking point. Proves my fucking point. That everything that you've ever been taught in your history books is a lie. Sure the fuck is. Yep, it sure is. And here's the proof. See, I'd love to show how right I am about everything that's taking place in the United States of America. I love to be right about everything. I honestly do. Because the fact of it is, here you go. Land lost by Mexico, 1821, 1853. Mexico laundering, 1821. Territories lost, 1836 to 1845. Territories lost, 1848. Territories lost, 1853. And then other shit. There's also another one that shows the original United States of America. That was actual United States of America. So if you look, Florida was open territory. No one claimed it. And then there was two other places that was also open territory that was not claimed. But everything that was on from this side of Texas, all the way to Boston, all the way up to New York City and all that right there was original United States of America before Andrew Jackson, your 7th president, came in and took all this land, and then it became United States of America. Just proves my point, man. Just proves my goddamn point about everything that's taking place in this fucking world. I love proving people wrong, man. I really do. I love proving people wrong. And then you got the electric cars and everything. Yep. More proof and more evidence just for people to see. I love proving people wrong, man. I sure do. I love proving people wrong. I love to prove people how wrong and stupid they are about their fucking history. I love proving people wrong. I really do. I really do. I love showing people how wrong they are about their history. I do. I fucking do. And like I said, educational purposes. Now look. Let's look up this. I want to look this up too. want to look at this. What is the real truth about Thanksgiving? There it is. There it is. That's what I want. I want to show people this too. The real truth behind Thanksgiving. I do. I want to show you guys how stupid you are. Yeah. I want to show you how stupid you people are. Yeah. I wanna tell you how fucking stupid you people are.
The truth behind Thanksgiving reveals a complex history marked by colonialism, cultural erasure, and the misrepresentation of Native American experiences. Historical context. Thanksgiving is often portrayed as a harmonious feast between the Pilgrims and Native Americans, specifically the Wampanoag tribe. However, this narrative is largely a myth that oversimplifies the historical events of 1621. The reality is that the relationship between the Pilgrims and Native Americans was fraught with tension and conflict. The Wampanoag leader Usamaquin formed an alliance with the Pilgrims primarily for political reasons, seeking to protect his people from rival tribes rather than out of friendship or goodwill. Forbes. Myths versus reality. The first Thanksgiving. The event in 1621 was not called Thanksgiving at the time, and it was not an annual celebration. The term Thanksgiving was popularized in the 19th century, long after the event occurred. Native American participation. While the Wampanoag did assist the Pilgrims, they were not invited guests at the feast. Many historians believe that they arrived out of concern for the gunfire they heard, thinking the Pilgrims were under attack. Consequences of colonization. The aftermath of the Pilgrims' arrival was devastating for native populations. Diseases brought by Europeans decimated indigenous communities, and subsequent conflicts, such as King Philip's War, led to significant loss of life and land for Native Americans. 5 sources. Cultural impact. For many Native Americans, Thanksgiving is not a day of celebration, but rather a day of mourning. The historical trauma associated with colonization and the ongoing struggles of indigenous peoples are often overlooked in mainstream narratives. The sanitized version of Thanksgiving perpetuates a narrative that ignores the violence and oppression faced by Native communities, leading to calls for a more accurate representation of history in education and public discourse. Forbes. Conclusion. Understanding the real truth behind Thanksgiving requires acknowledging the complexities of its history and the perspectives of those who were most affected by colonization. As we gather to celebrate, it is essential to reflect on the full story, recognizing both the gratitude for the harvest and the historical injustices that have shaped the experiences of Native Americans. This awareness can foster healing and reconciliation between cultures. Forbes.
Told you. Told you. And motherfucking Americans celebrate this shit every goddamn year, telling people, oh, we give thanks to being American on land that was stolen and was slaughtered and killed. But you motherfuckers represent and celebrate fucking shit that is not to be celebrated. But you celebrate it anyways, right? You celebrate it anyways, right? Okay. Yeah. Just shows you how fucked up your fucking history is. Yep. It just shows you how real truth is about your history. For people that don't understand, this was not a day of thanks. This was a day of slaughter, where they slaughtered thousands of Indians, and then they want to sit here and say, we give thanks to the Native American of Thanksgiving. No. That's a day of slaughter. That's a day that they slaughtered thousands of thousands of Indians. That's the real truth about it. And here, and they state it all right here. They stated it all right here. It's all your fucking proof, every fucking thing, and evidence of everything that's ever taken place. So, do you still want to sit here and celebrate Thanksgiving? I wouldn't. I wouldn't celebrate a goddamn holiday that these motherfuckers sit up in here and say, oh, well, we celebrate this and we celebrate that. This is the truth behind the real shit that's taking place about it. Here you go. Here's you the fucking truth behind it. The truth behind of the Native Americans being slaughtered in 1621 on the day of Thanksgiving that they now in the 21st century calls of Thanksgiving. That when it's not. Look, read it, look here, read it. Read this shit. Computer, read this shit. And I want people to understand and everything. Read it.
The truth behind Thanksgiving reveals a complex history marked by colonialism, cultural erasure, and the misrepresentation of Native American experiences. Historical context. Thanksgiving is often portrayed as a harmonious feast between the Pilgrims and Native Americans, specifically the Wampanoag tribe. However, this narrative is largely a myth that oversimplifies the historical events of 1621. The reality is that the relationship between the Pilgrims and Native Americans was fraught with tension and conflict. The Wampanoag leader Usamaquin formed an alliance with the Pilgrims primarily for political reasons, seeking to protect his people from rival tribes rather than out of friendship or goodwill. Forbes. Myths versus reality. The first Thanksgiving. The event in 1621 was not called Thanksgiving at the time, and it was not an annual celebration. The term
not
Thanksgiving
an annual
was
celebration
popularized in the 19th century, long after the event occurred. Native American participation. While the Wampanoag did assist the Pilgrims, they were not invited guests at the feast. Many historians believe that they arrived out of concern for the gunfire they heard, thinking the Pilgrims were under attack. Consequences of colonization. The aftermath of the Pilgrims' arrival was devastating for native populations. Diseases brought by Europeans decimated indigenous communities, and subsequent conflicts, such as King Philip's War, led to significant loss of life and land for Native Americans. 5 sources. Cultural impact. For many Native Americans, Thanksgiving is not a day of celebration, but rather a day of mourning. The historical trauma associated with colonization and the ongoing struggles of indigenous peoples are often overlooked in mainstream narratives. The sanitized version of Thanksgiving perpetuates a narrative that ignores the violence and oppression faced by Native communities, leading to calls for a more accurate representation of history in education and public discourse. Forbes. Conclusion. Understanding the real truth behind Thanksgiving requires acknowledging the complexities of its history and the perspectives of those who were most affected by colonization. As we gather to celebrate, it is essential to reflect on the full story, recognizing both the gratitude for the harvest and the historical injustices that have shaped the experiences of Native Americans. This awareness can foster healing and reconciliation between cultures. Forbes.
And Americans celebrate Thanksgiving for what? What the fuck? What the fuck does that say? Thanksgiving was not popularized until 19th centuries. Thanksgiving was not called Thanksgiving in 1621. In 1621, thousands and millions of indigenous people was slaughtered and had their land taken on Thanksgiving, that Americans in the 21st century and everything else have been celebrating, and that sit at their fucking dinner table every fucking November of Thanksgiving and sit there and say they give thanks. What the fuck do you give thanks for? What the fuck do you give thanks for? The appreciation of 1621, 1,000 of Indians being slaughtered on that day. That's what the fuck you give thanks for. This is the reason why I don't celebrate no motherfucking holidays. This is the reason why I don't celebrate no motherfucking holidays. It's because every fucking thing that you've ever been taught has been a motherfucking lie. Every fucking holiday that you celebrate in America is a fucking lie. And has been for decades, centuries of fucking lies. And this just proves my point. 1621, millions and millions of Indians was slaughtered on Thanksgiving. Now tell me how the fuck I'm wrong. Let's talk about Independence Day. Let's go down to Independence Day. Fucking, how do you spell Independence Day? 4th of July, I guess. Like I said, people want to sit here and talk about how they appreciate of everything. Yeah, well, let's go down the rabbit hole and show how proof of the government's been lying to manipulate you, to tell you how great this goddamn country is, right? Tell you how great this fucking country is. But all they've done is lie to you and manipulate your asses, right?
The 4th of July, or Independence Day, commemorates the adoption of the Declaration of Independence in 1776, marking the birth of the United States, but its history is often misunderstood and layered with myths.
Yep.
Historical significance. The 4th of July celebrates the adoption of the Declaration of Independence July 4th, 1776, when the American colonies declared their freedom from British rule. This pivotal moment in history symbolized the colonies' assertion of self-governance and the establishment of a new nation based on the principles of liberty and equality. The Declaration, primarily authored by Thomas Jefferson, articulated the colony's grievances against King George III and laid the philosophical foundation for a government that derives its power from the consent of the governed. Pace end. Common misconceptions. Signing date. Many believe that the Declaration was signed on July 4th, 1776. In reality, while the Continental Congress approved the document on this date, the majority of signatures were added later, with the official signing ceremony occurring on August 2nd, 1776. Immediate celebrations. Contrary.
So, if it was signed officially in August 2nd of 1776, Independence Day, which is called 4th of July, is a fucking lie. So why the fuck do millions of Americans go out there on 4th of July and shoot up fucking fireworks for Independence Day when actually it's August 2nd, 1776? Like I said, your fucking history that you read in your fucking history books that the fucking government's told people for decades is a fucking lie. Let's keep going.
Contrary to popular belief, celebrations did not erupt immediately across the colonies. News of the Declaration took time to spread, and initial reactions were more subdued than the grand festivities we see today. One source. Cultural celebrations. Today, the 4th of July is celebrated with fireworks, parades, barbecues, and various community events. These festivities serve not only as a celebration of national pride, but also as a moment for reflection on the values of freedom and democracy that the holiday represents. The day is marked by gatherings of family and friends, often featuring traditional American foods and activities that foster a sense of unity and patriotism. UsPresidentsClub.com. Reflection on freedom. The 4th of July also prompts discussions about the ongoing struggle for equality and justice in America. The ideals expressed in the Declaration of Independence have inspired various movements throughout history, including abolition and civil rights, highlighting the gap between the nation's founding principles and the realities faced by many. Brennan Center for Justice in summary: the 4th of July is a complex holiday that celebrates the founding of the United States while also serving as a reminder of the ongoing journey toward fulfilling the promises of liberty and equality for all. It is a day to honor the sacrifices made for independence and to reflect on the values that continue to shape the nation.
Well, and like I stated, and like I've always said, why do you motherfuckers in America celebrate something that you got no fucking idea that it was actually invented, that was actually fucking discussed, and everything else, when it was actually signed in August 2nd of 1776. And it just proves the point. It just proves the point how stupid American motherfuckers are. It just proves the point of how stupid motherfuckers are in America that don't know their own fucking history, that don't know shit about fucking history at all. They don't know where the fuck they come from. They don't know shit about nothing. They honestly don't. They don't know shit about nothing in motherfucking America. But they want to sit up in here and talk about how they celebrate this and how they celebrate that and all this other bullshit. 90% of Americans don't even know where the fuck you come from. And that's the fucking truth. You sit up in here and talk about, well, I'm from Texas. I was born and raised in Texas. Texas is actually from Mexico. Mexico is actually part of fucking Texas, just like California. California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas is all Mexico. All of it. It's all Mexico. For people to sit up in here and state that they're from here and they're from there, if you actually look at the original maps back in 1700s and 1600s, you would see from Kentucky, Mississippi, all the way up to New York and Boston. All of that area on the right side of the map is original United States of America. Before your 7th president, Andrew Jackson, came towards the west and killed thousands of Indians and wiped out everything and took everything. And that's been proven as well. So when you sit up in here and talk about, well, you got illegals coming from Mexico into California. No. California is Mexico, motherfucker. Arizona is Mexico, motherfucker. Texas is Mexico, motherfucker. So why are you trying to get rid of the illegals out of Texas? Why are you trying to get rid of the illegals out of California? Why are you trying to get rid of the illegals out of Arizona and New Mexico and Utah and all the other places when actually it's all part of fucking Mexico? And I've proved it on my video. I've been on here 3 hours and 29 minutes, and I've proven the actual map of Mexico. And like I said before, California, Texas, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, and all that was all part of Mexico. All part of Mexico. Until Andrew Jackson came and killed all the people and took the fucking land. So it really, if you want to talk about if you're really from United States of America, from the left side of Texas all the way up to New York and Boston and all that, all the way up there, that's all original. That's all original United States of America. All of that's original United States of America. So when people sit here and say that they're from the United States of America, people that live in Boston, Tennessee, Kansas, New York City, and all those areas, all up in those, Mississippi and all that, they are original, born in America. Everybody that's born in Texas, everybody that's born in New Mexico, everybody that's born in California, everybody that's born in Utah, everybody that's born in Arizona is all from Mexico. All of us. So when you sit up in here and talk about where you from, and you was born in Texas, you was born in New Mexico, you was born in California, you're originally from Mexico, motherfucker. You're originally from Mexico. Do your history, you'll find out. Like I said, I am a history fanatic. I love history. And I love to prove how motherfuckers are wrong. And everything that I've ever talked about on any videos that I've ever talked about, everything that I said about everything has been right. Everything. 3 hours and 31 minutes. You can go back to the beginning of the video and you can see everything that I talked about Mexico. You can sit up there and see everything that I talked about the map of the United States of America. You can see everything from Andrew Jackson. You can see from the Watergate. You can see from the Oklahoma bombing, the massacre of the Boston Marathon. You can see the Columbine incident with the 2 kids and everything with pipe bombs. You can go back and watch everything that I discuss, and everything that you see in there is all facts. It's all real. Everything that I've ever discussed about has been real. Everything that I've discussed about has come true. Everything that I know about history, that I tell people about history, is real. All the shit that you read in your history books and all the shit that the government wants you to believe is fake. And this video proves my point. And that's the reason why I put educational purposes, so this way YouTube can't sit here and take down my video. Also, I've showed 27 amendments of the Bill of Rights of constitutional of your actual rights as well. So if you want to go learn about that shit, you can rewind my video and watch it. But like I said, I'm no fucking conspiracy theory. I'm not no motherfucking crazy. I'm not no motherfucking all just talking out my ass motherfucker. I'm the real motherfucker. I'm the realist. I'm the motherfucker that's gonna expose the real truth about this government and how this government was really established and built on. When people sit up in here and say I'm crazy and I'm nuts, no, I'm not nuts. I'm not crazy. I just want to prove people how fucked up the government has people believing bullshit that is fake. And they've been doing it for generations and generations and generations. Your electricity, when they sit up in here and said that Elon Musk was the first one that invented the electric cars, that's wrong. That's wrong. Elon Musk did not invent the electric cars. Electric cars have been around since fucking 1800s. And I've also showed that on here as well. I've also showed on here that electricity was founded and was discovered in 600 BC. So when people sit up in here and say that Benjamin Franklin and Nikola Tesla created electricity, no. Electricity was founded in 600 BC. That's how far electricity has been invented. That's when electricity was founded, was in 600 BC. If you know what I mean? Go watch my video from the beginning. Watch my video from the beginning, and you will see I have showed you everything about your history that the government has been lying to. The World State Fair in Chicago was lit up in 1800. The city of Chicago was lit up with electricity in 1800. World State Fair in Chicago. I've also proved that as well. Like I said, there's no conspiracy over here. There's no fucking whacked out of my mind or craziness over here. I prove facts. I prove the truth about everything that you've ever been told. From John F. Kennedy to to fucking moon landing, to every fucking thing that's ever happened in America, every fucking event that's ever happened in America. I've proven that shit just in this video today. Just to throw it out there to show people how stupid and naive you fucking Americans are. Because I'm tired of people believing the bullshit that this government puts out there to have you believe. So I wanted to prove in this video of your electricity, of the Watergate, the moon landing, the assassination of John F. Kennedy, the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, the electricity that was invented, that was founded in 600 BC, the electric cars that was invented in 1700 and in 1800 and 1900. So when Elon Musk sits up in here and talks about how he invented the Tesla truck, no, motherfucker, you're a liar. You're a piece of shit, motherfucker. Because I proved that too. All I'm saying, you guys can keep believing the government, or you can start believing in your own research and find out for yourself what the truth is. Or you can still live in this fucking imaginary world that the government wants you to believe in. That's all I'm saying. Because I'm not no sheep. I'm not going to have no fucking government stick their hand up my ass and tell me what the fuck I'm going to do. I'm not a fucking retard. You're not going to manipulate me. You're not going to change my mind of the bullshit that you want to feed thousands and millions of Americans to believe that the government gives a fuck about you. I mean, they tried to impeach Ronald Reagan or Nixon back then and say that he was behind the Watergate, when in reality I showed a video on here showing proof that Richard Nixon wasn't behind the Watergate. It was the FBI and the CIA, and there was 5 people, 3 from the FBI and 2 from the CIA that was involved in it, and they went to prison. Did Richard Nixon go to prison for it? Absolutely not. Did he know anything about it? Absolutely not. But they sat up there and said that he was behind the Watergate. The facts is that whatever is on the internet will always stay on the internet. And you can find anything and everything on the internet. Anything. And just in 3 hours and 39 minutes, I've proven that everything that the government said in the last 26 years, in the last 30 years, have been a lie. I love to prove people wrong. I really do. I love to prove people wrong. I love to prove people that think that the government gives a fuck about you. I love to prove you guys wrong. I really do. And that's the reason why I make videos, to show people the truth about what's the truth about the fucking world, because you guys are living in a fantasy. You guys are living in a goddamn fantasy. And the fantasy of it is the government wants you to believe what they want you to believe in, when motherfuckers have been out here for years and decades telling you what's the real truth behind everything, and you guys don't believe it. And so like I said, I made this video for educational purposes, just to show proof how manipulated Americans are in America. Just to prove my point. Because I know the truth about shit, and I proved that tonight, just with the video. Just with the video. I even showed the video, showed about Thanksgiving. I showed you about Independence Day. What do you want me to show you about Christmas and Easter Bunny too? Show you how all that shit's may believe as well? How much more other holidays you want me to sit up in here and show you the proof why you shouldn't celebrate these fucking holidays? You know what I mean? But I'm a conspiracy theory, they say, huh? No, I'm not. Everything is on the internet. You can find it anywhere. We can always do the other one. Let's see. Let's do this. Yeah. I thought so. Yeah. It states right there, America started with freedom. It started with a lie told so the generations believe it was true. The myth of discovery. Let's make one thing clear: Christopher Columbus did not discover anything, and that is the fucking truth. Christopher Columbus never discovered a goddamn thing. But if you read in your fucking history books, it states that Christopher Columbus discovered America. That is a fucking lie. By the time he stumbled onto the Caribbean island in 1492, the indigenous nation had already been living there on this land for thousands of years. What does that say? They've already been here 1,000 years before so-called Christopher Columbus was even fucking came to America, right? Okay, the whatever that is, Mississippians and government agricultural spiritual system long before Europeans figured out that that bathing was essential to survival. So they didn't even fucking wipe their ass or clean their fucking self because they was fucking dirty. But that's not why your history textbooks told you. They said that Christopher Columbus was a brave soldier. No, he wasn't. He was a piece of shit and a liar. They never mentioned that he was a rapist and a slave owner and a butcher. And that is true. Christopher Columbus was a slave owner and butchered people. Yes, that is true. In your own journals, Columbus bragged about how easy it was to kidnap young native girls, some as nine, calling them good for breeding. That's called rape. That's what the fuck that's called, is rape. So in other words, Christopher Columbus was a fucking pedophile that loved to rape 9-year-old girls. There you go, motherfuckers. Forgery makes the beginning of century of consequence of enslavement and genocide. He didn't bring civilization, he brought violence. That is true as well. Stolen land, stolen people, stolen identify, dressed up as destiny. Yeah, exactly. The land, they called it the land of free while using chains, bullets, and Bibles to enslave Africans and wiping out indigenous people. The same founding fathers who preached liberty in the publics were built their wealth through forced labor and private. George Washington owned more than 300 slaves. That is fucking true. And if you don't believe it, you can also look that shit up. Thomas Jefferson enslaved a 14-year-old girl named Sally Haynes. That is also true. Fathered her children and called it a relationship while writing about all men being created equal. So your founding fathers are rapists, murderers, and liars that sit up in here and says you're proud to have your fathering fathers that built America, and motherfuckers wonder why I'm the way I am against the government and against what's being told in this world, because the fact of it is, I've always known that America has been built on lies. I've always known that America is built on rape and murdering and slavery and everything else. I've known for decades. I've been knowing this shit since I was a kid, when I used to sit in a history class and read about this shit, and they want to sit up in here and tell you how your history has been false and has been lying to you for decades. I knew back then, when I was in history class, the shit that they made up in the history books. And this is the reason why people hate me so much and believe that I'm a conspiracy theory, is because the fact of it is I knew as a kid this shit was fucking lies about your fucking history. And the fact of it is, it's proven fact that Thomas Jefferson was a fucking pedophile, that George Washington owned thousands of slaves, that Christopher Columbus was a fucking rapist, that Andrew Jackson was a murderer and a rapist and had his own slaves as well. But people want to sit up in here and call me fucking crazy. Nah. Ain't nothing crazy about me. Ain't nothing fucking crazy about me. I want people to understand. I want people to understand the truth about America when they want to sit up in here and talk about how they love this motherfucking country so goddamn well. Tell me, how fucking well do you want to sit up in here and tell me that you're proud to be from America?
It started with a lie told so well that generations believed it was truth. The myth of discovery. Let's make one thing clear. Christopher Columbus didn't discover anything. By the time he stumbled onto Caribbean islands in 1492, indigenous nations had already been living on this land for thousands of years. The Olmec, Toltec, Mississippians, and Taino had cities, governments, agriculture, and spiritual systems long before Europe figured out that bathing was essential to survival. Get _ the Code Vault _ stories in your inbox. Join Medium for free to get updates from this writer. Subscribe. But that's not what your history textbook told you. They said Columbus was a brave explorer. They never mentioned that he was a rapist, a slaver, and a butcher. In his own journals, Columbus bragged about how easy it was to kidnap young native girls, some as young as 9, calling them good for breeding. His voyages marked the beginning of centuries of conquest, enslavement, and genocide. He didn't bring civilization. He brought violence. The foundation, theft, lies, and rebranding. America was not built on freedom. It was built on stolen land, stolen people, a stolen identity dressed up as destiny. They called it the land of the free while using chains, bullets, and Bibles to enslave Africans and wipe out indigenous peoples. The same founding fathers who preached liberty in public were building their wealth through forced labor in private. George Washington owned more than 300 slaves. Thomas Jefferson enslaved a 14-year-old girl named Sally Hemings, fathered her children, and called it a relationship, while writing about all men being created equal.
Yep.
The truth is simple. This country wasn't founded on justice. It was founded on white power disguised as divine purpose. Psychological warfare in the American narrative. America is the blueprint for modern gaslighting. It erased original histories and rewrote them through its own lens.
Yep.
It turned murderers into heroes and enslavers into visionaries.
Yep.
It made plantations look like mansions and made genocide sound like economic development.
Yep.
It rebranded slave patrols as law enforcement.
Yep.
It built prisons as new plantations and called them correctional facilities.
Yep.
To this day, many stand each morning to pledge allegiance to it. That is not patriotism. That's psychological warfare.
Yep.
The same system that broke your people teaches you to be proud of the pieces. America didn't just rob land and labor. It robbed memory, language, and self-worth. It programmed the oppressed to thank the oppressor for every ounce of survival, while punishing anyone who dares to speak the truth out loud.
Yep.
The real history. This country wasn't born in truth. It was fabricated in fear, violence, and control, then polished with propaganda. The story of America is not one of justice fulfilled. It's one of justice postponed, deferred, denied, and for many, still invisible. If you dare to tell this story, they call you angry. They call you crazy. Truth doesn't exist to comfort people. It exists to challenge them. Real history isn't supposed to make you feel safe. It's supposed to make you confront what your safety was built on.
Yup. Now tell me how fucking crazy I am. I've always known that America is a fucking lie. Like I said, you gotta be asleep to believe the American dream. But they want to call me crazy, right? They want to call me crazy, right? Like I said. Your American dream is a joke. America is a fucking joke. And people are sitting here saying they're proud to be Americans. What the fuck are you proud to be of? The fact that your forefathers have came over here and lied and murdered and stolen land and was pedophiles and that was made families with children. You wonder why we got so many fucking rapists and murderers in this fucking country and in the fucking United States of America? Because your forefathers, the founders of America was rapists and murderers. But you're proud to be American, right? What a fucking joke. What a fucking joke. Anything else you guys want to see about how you're so you're so beloved? Fucking America is so fucking wonderful and great. Anything else you want to see about it? Cause I'll sit here and expose every goddamn thing about America, and I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't sit here and say that I'm proud to be American. I don't. I don't. After sitting here reading and knowing the facts that I've always been right, I've always been right about everything. Everything I've been right about. But they want to call me crazy. Yeah. No. I don't celebrate your fucking holidays. I don't give a fuck about your goddamn government. I don't give a fuck about none of the motherfuckers in the White House, the Senator's office. I don't give a fuck about your mayors and your governors. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I don't care about the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, NASA. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. All of it's lies. Bullshit. You want to call me a terrorist? That's fucking fine. I don't give a fuck. But the truth of it is, America is built on lies. America is built on rape. America is built on murder. America is built on the bullshit of the back of the slaves that built America. That is the truth. That's why I love proving every fucking body wrong about every fucking thing they know about history. Because all you motherfuckers don't know goddamn nothing about shit. You've been manipulated for decades. For years you've been manipulated. Your history books are lies. And it's been that way for decades. That's why I sit up in here and say fuck the Bible. Because the Bible is a bullshit. The Bible is a lie. And they've been rewriting the Bible for decades. To sit up in here and believe that Jesus Christ is going to come back for you to save your ass. He is nothing but a fucking human being that died on a cross because he believed the shit that he believed and they fucking killed him for it. He ain't coming back for nobody. He ain't coming back for nobody. Believe that shit. But I'm crazy, right? What a fucking joke. What a fucking joke. I wish people would wake the fuck up. That's why I keep saying American people live too fucking comfortable in this world. Too comfortable. They live too fucking comfortable in this motherfucking world. And the fact of it is, it's true. It's true. They live too fucking great in this fucking world. And all they do is they bitch about shit that it's never gonna change. They're gonna sit up in here and they want to whine and cry, and they're gonna bitch and moan and groan and talk about, well, they're not gonna pay me this paycheck, and they're not gonna pay me for that paycheck, and I'm a slave, and this and this and this. Exactly, you are a fucking slave to America. You are a fucking slave to a fucking America. 100%, you's a fucking slave. And the fact of it is everything that I post, everything that I show everybody on this video proves my fucking point about this government. calendar. $13 months. Yep. Yeah. 13 months. People sit here and say that we have 12. No, we don't have 12. We do not have 12. There's actually 13. Out. $17.53 right there. Look, plan to publish in 1753. 13 months were all renamed for Christian saints. 1798 to 1857 proposed the 13 months. Here we just fucking let's do this. Just read this motherfucker. Yeah, read it. Read it. Out.
The International Fixed Calendar, also known as the Cotsworth Plan, the Cotsworth Calendar, the Eastman Plan, or the Ural, 1, was a proposed reform of the Gregorian calendar designed by Moses B. Cotsworth, first presented in 1902. 2. The International Fixed Calendar divides the year into 13 months of 28 days each. A type of perennial calendar, every date is fixed to the same weekday every year. Though it was never officially adopted at the country level, the entrepreneur George Eastman instituted its use at the Eastman Kodak Company in 1928, where it was used until 1989. 3. While it is sometimes described as the 13-month calendar or the equal month calendar, various alternative calendar designs share these features. Rules. Edit. The calendar year has 13 months with 28 days each, divided into exactly 4 weeks. 13 times 28 is equal to 364. An extra day added as a holiday at the end of the year, after December 28th, i.e. equal to December 31st Gregorian, sometimes called Year Day, does not belong to any week and brings the total to 365 days. Each year coincides with the corresponding Gregorian year, so January 1st in the Cotsworth calendar always falls on Gregorian January 1, 12 months are named and ordered the same as those of the Gregorian calendar, except that the extra month is inserted between June and July and called Sol. Situated in midsummer, from the point of view of its northern hemisphere authors, and including the mid-year solstice, the name of the new month was chosen in homage to the sun, for leap years in the International Fixed Calendar contain 366 days, and its occurrence follows the Gregorian rule. There is a leap year in every year whose number is divisible by 4, but not if the year number is divisible by 100, unless it is also divisible by 400. So, although the year 2000 was a leap year, the years 1700, 1800, and 1900 were common years. The International Fixed Calendar inserts the extra day in leap years as June 29th, between Saturday, June 28th, and Sunday Sol 1. Each month begins on a Sunday and ends on a Saturday. Consequently, every year begins on Sunday. Neither year day nor leap day are considered to be part of any week. They are preceded by a Saturday and are followed by a Sunday, making a long weekend. As a result, a particular day usually has a different day of the week in the IFC than in all traditional calendars that contain a 7-day week. The IFC is, however, almost compatible with the world calendar in this regard, because it also starts Sunday and has the extra day at the end of the year and the leap day in the middle. Except IFC leaps on Gregorian June 17th and TWC leaps 2 weeks later on July 1st. Since this break of the ancient week cycle has been a major concern raised against its adoption, various leap week calendars have been proposed as a solution. Common arrangement of all months. Days of the week. Sun, Mon, Tuesday, Wed, Thursday, Friday, Sat, Hol, 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, leap day year day, 08, 09, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, X asterisk. Asterisk, the two special dates have been recorded as either the 29th day of the month ending or the 0th day of the month beginning, or, more correctly, as outside any month and week with no ordinal number. The date for October 29th, 2025, using this calendar is Sunday, October 22nd, 2025. The following table shows how the 13 months and extra days of the International Fixed Calendar occur in relation to the dates of the Gregorian calendar. IFC. Matching dates on the Gregorian calendar. Starts on fixed day 1. Ends on fixed day 28. January. January 1st. January 28th. February. January 29th. February 25th. March. February 26th. March 25 asterisk. April. March 26 asterisk. April 22 asterisk. May. April 23 asterisk. May 20 asterisk. June. May 21 asterisk. June 17 asterisk. Leap day asterisk. June 17th. Sol. June 18th. July 15th. July. July 16th. August 12th. August. August 13th. September 9th. September. September 10th. October 7th. October. October 8th. November 4th. November. November 5th. December 2nd. December. December 3rd. December 30th. Year day. December 31st. Asterisk in a leap year. These Gregorian dates between March and June are a day earlier. March in the fixed calendar always has a fixed number of days, 28, and includes a potential Gregorian February 29th. The rule for finding leap years is the same in both calendars. History. Edit. Lunisolar calendars with fixed weekdays existed in many ancient cultures, with certain holidays always falling on the same dates of the month and days of the week. The idea of a 13-month perennial calendar has been around since at least the middle of the 18th century. Versions of the idea differ mainly on how the months are named and the treatment of the extra day in leap year. The Georgian calendar was proposed in 1745 by Reverend Hugh Jones, an American colonist from Maryland writing under the pen name Hirasa Apixon. 5. The author named the plan and the 13th month, after King George II of Great Britain. The 365th day each year was to be set aside as Christmas. The treatment of leap year varied from the Gregorian rule, however, and the year would begin closer to the winter solstice. In a later version of the plan, published in 1753, the 13 months were all renamed for Christian saints. In 1849, the French philosopher Auguste Comte, 1798 to 1857, proposed the 13-month positivist calendar, naming the months Moses, Homer, Aristotle, Archimedes, Caesar, St. Paul, Charlemagne, Dante, Gutenberg, Shakespeare, Descartes, Frederick, and Bichat. The days of the year were likewise dedicated to saints in the positivist religion of humanity. Positivist weeks, months, and years begin with Monday instead of Sunday. Kant also reset the year number, beginning the era of his calendar, Year 1, with the Gregorian year 1789. For the extra days of the year not belonging to any week or month, Kant followed the pattern of Apixon, Jones, ending each year with a festival on the 365th day, followed by a subsequent feast day occurring only in leap years. Whether Moses Cotworth was familiar with the 13-month plans that preceded his international fixed calendar is not known. He did follow Apixon, Jones, in designating the 365th day of the year as Christmas. His suggestion was that this last day of the year should be designated a Sunday, and hence, because the following day would be New Year's Day and a Sunday also, he called it a double Sunday. 6. Since Cotsworth's goal was a simplified, more rational calendar for business and industry, he would carry over all the features of the Gregorian calendar consistent with this goal, including the traditional month names, the week beginning on Sunday, still traditionally used in US, but uncommon in Europe, and in the ISO week standard, starting their weeks on Monday, and the Gregorian leap year rule. To promote Cotsworth's calendar reform, the International Fixed Calendar League was founded in 1923, just after the plan was selected by the League of Nations as the best of 130 calendar proposals put forward. 7. Sir Sandford Fleming, the inventor and driving force behind worldwide adoption of Standard Time, became the first president of the IFCL. 8. The League opened offices in London and later in Rochester, New York. George Eastman of the Eastman Kodak Company became a fervent supporter of the IFC and instituted its use at Kodak. Some organized opposition to the proposed reform came from Rabbi Joseph Hertz, who objected to the way that the Jewish Sabbath would move throughout the week. 9. Sol Bloom criticized the scheme in the House of Representatives. 10. The International Fixed Calendar League ceased operations shortly after the calendar plan failed to win final approval of the League of Nations in 1937.
Wow. So they changed it in 1937. They failed to prove it. In 1923, it was found it to be, and everything else. In 1798 and 1857, they changed everything. 1745, they changed our original calendar to the bullshit calendar that we have today, which is this one right here. And what they stated is that the first in the last day was always on a Saturday and a Sunday. It's crazy how people have been manipulated. It is fucking just wow. They have taken so much shit from us. They have lied to us so much about so much shit, man. It's just your own calendar is fucking wrong. calendar's wrong. Everything about history is wrong, and I'm glad that we have the internet today to prove the facts that everything that we've been told has been lies. Yeah, it's been lies after lies after lies, and I'm happy to see that, you know, I'm able to sit here and provide the evidence and the proof of the lies that we have in the United States of America. And that's what's so great about the internet, to be able to prove the facts that everything that I talk about is true. But there's you 4 hours of a video of proving how our government is lies. I'm gonna get off, but it's educational purposes. Just to let you two know, it's educational purposes for people to understand the real truth and not the false narratives that people have been lied to. Well, there you go. There you go. Right there, YouTube. Educational purposes. Okay.